resolution, vocal or otherwise, from the audience will be allowed. So let's begin with Senator Conrad, opening statement on LR 321.
Thank you so much, Chair Merman and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you also for granting a public hearing on this important topic. I really appreciate it. And I know that our committee was assigned a lot of important interim studies. So it is no small feat to have a public forum to discuss these important issues. And I think that's reflective of the importance of this issue and the strength that this issue may generate across the state and across the political spectrum as well. So I commend the chair for his assessment in that regard. So I wanted to start off with one, maybe helping to set the table and provide a lens for not only the transcript, but for our dialogue on these important topics. One is to share a familiar quote. Perhaps some would say that it is provided out of context from one of our founders, but others would say perhaps it has, and I would agree with them, new application as a democracy who's committed to civil rights and civil liberties grapples with what modern technologies and mass surveillance mean for personal and individual civil rights and civil liberties. So Ben Franklin is known for saying those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. So if you go back and check the historical record, there's some debate that that might have been in regards to a taxation issue, but it's been oft quoted in regards to privacy considerations in the modern era. And I think that's an important lens for us to think through. And before we get too deep in this, I also just wanted to share a more modern lens. I was talking to some different stakeholders about this interim hearing, and they said, what are you trying to do with this interim study? Why are you bringing this forward? I track my kids all the time on their cell phones and their computers and whatever else. So what's the big deal? And I was really grateful that the stakeholder I was visiting with actually said that very candidly, because I think it shows the gross misconceptions and understanding about what's in play with this topic. We as parents, Senator Sanders, Senator Merman, myself, absolutely, we can track our kids when it comes to their cell phones or their electronic devices or otherwise. But in that capacity, we're acting as their moms and dads. We're acting as their parents. And what this study is about government surveillance, and that includes public schools. And so we might be familiar with some tools of mass surveillance that exist in regards to, for example, the law enforcement context. But as those tools become more widely utilized in our schools, it triggers new concerns about First Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, student privacy, and parental rights. In addition to those critical constitutional issues and values, there's also very practical concerns that come into play with the proliferation of mass surveillance technology in our schools. One is very pragmatic in regards to cost-benefit analysis. We know from serving on this committee together that resources are always scarce for our schools as they're trying to address important things like class sizes and meeting the needs for special education students and transportation and teacher pay and all of these different things. So every dollar that we siphon off into a tool of mass surveillance is a dollar we're not putting another person in the classroom. And that's something that we need to think about from just a very pragmatic fiscal consideration. The other thing that I think is really important to think about here, and is one reason I'm really excited to work on this, is that you know from our work together that some of the most powerful aspects of our work is when you really see an alliance across the political spectrum, where you see senators with very different ideas and very different ideologies actually coming together, sometimes for different reasons, but with the same result. We've seen that on government transparency. We've seen that on parental rights that Senator Merman helped to usher through last session. And this is really a continuation of that same sort of broad, powerful coalition in regards to this issue. I think it's important at this stage with where we are in Nebraska, and a lot of other policymakers across the state are looking at this as well as our school boards and our state school board, but to just kind of figure out an inventory. Where are we in Nebraska? We have well over 200 school districts, and what kind of technologies are they employing in our schools? At what cost to taxpayers? What happens with the data that they're collecting with these tools of mass surveillance? Is that shared with law enforcement? Is that utilized for disciplinary purposes? Is that sold for commercial purposes? All of these questions, I think, are unanswered in Nebraska today. And that's why I'm very excited to have this opportunity so that we can establish an inventory about what is happening in Nebraska so we know how we can craft a path forward together. The last piece that I will leave you with before we open it up to some testimony, hello, Senator Walz, is trying to figure out what the solutions might be from a policy perspective to make sure we have strong protections for student privacy, to make sure that we have strong protections for parental rights, and to make sure that we have appropriate guardrails when it comes to the commercialization of this data, and remembering, of course, minors are involved in this calculation. So privacy policy is such an exciting area to work on. And I think this issue really builds nicely on past efforts by senators really across the political spectrum who've brought forward important privacy legislation, whether that's Senator Kittner, Senator Epke, Senator Tyson Larson, Senator Kathleen Kauth, Senator Elliot Bostar, Senator Matt Hansen. Those familiar names to each of us quickly spark an understanding that senators from rural and urban areas and every single point on the political spectrum are concerned with the proliferation of mass surveillance and our personal privacies and freedoms. They have brought forward different legislation in regards to different tools of mass surveillance, not so much in the school context, but it is neat to build upon that work now at the Education Committee. Some other pieces I just want to make sure to inject into the record is that a few years ago, actually, our state attorney general, it started with Doug Peterson and I think maybe settled right before the transition to Attorney General Hilgers, but he and other attorney generals actually sued big tech, Google, on some very troubling privacy practices and were able to secure significant monetary settlements and change practices for how those big companies were abusing consumers' individual private information. And why I bring that up is because it's an important example to show anytime big government and big tech start holding hands, we need to be very skeptical as a people committed to liberty and freedom about what that means for our liberties and freedom. And we should have a heightened skepticism when it comes to employing those tools against children, against minors. So those are just a few points that I wanted to inject into the record at this juncture to help set the table. I'm hopeful that we'll have some testifiers here today. I'm also very grateful for the individual Nebraskans who wrote in on the online comment forum, and thanks to committee staff for sharing that. You saw a fantastic letter from State Board of Education member Sherry Jones. Dr. Sue Greenwald brought forward important information as she and I and others in her group have been continuing the dialogue about student privacy. And then we have everyday Nebraskans and school officials weighing in with a little bit of information from their perspectives as well. If I could reserve just a moment or two to close later, I would like to lift up perhaps some potential solutions and considerations for the committee to think about maybe working on together in advance of 2025. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Senator Conrad at this time? If not, proponents for LR 321? Are there any proponents? Opponents of LR 321? Any opponents? Any neutral testifiers for LR 321?
Good afternoon. My name is John Skretta. That's JOHNSKRETTA. I'm with the Lincoln Public Schools, Associate Superintendent for Civic Engagement. Wanted to just testifying neutral capacity, just wanted to thank Senator Conrad for bringing this important issue forward, and wanted to just try to provide some context in terms of technology in schools and this issue and some of the technology tools that are referenced in the interim resolution, and just share that based on existing LPS policies around technology resources and internet safety, we strive for and adhere to full compliance with COPPA, SEPA, and E-rate, amongst other requirements. And so those are things including the Nebraska Student Online Personal Protection Act, Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, Children's Internet Protection Act, and our E-rate compliance laws. And so that includes, under policy and regulation, not disclosing, using, or disseminating personal information or personally identifiable information while engaging in computer use, and that we strive to obtain verifiable parent consent before allowing third parties to collect personal information online from students. So just wanted to share that in terms of some context, and then really just reference a couple things that we're working with, and suggest that one of the really interesting things to contemplate with this study is the intersection between individual liberty and student safety and school safety efforts. And so one such example would be the vape detection. Vape detection was mentioned, and we've piloted some vape detection devices in several of our schools and have seen some really good results in terms of being able to provide some restorative disciplinary practice that has reduced the incidence of that. And that's one such tool. And I would suggest with vape detection, for example, that while the technological capacity of these devices varies and can do a range of things, a vape detector is not, I would suggest, is not a student tracking device as much as it is a detection device for air quality. And so just wanted to offer that in terms of providing some context and consideration around the use of those. And then we have also moved to an e-hall pass system. And with that, we have had some really strong positive feedback from building administrators and other school staff regarding student activity in the hallways and just being able to better monitor that. And then to be able to sometimes pair data from that to identify and intervene when situations arise. So I would just offer that. In closing, also say that we welcome the opportunity to continue the conversation with Senator Conrad and appreciate her questions, and look forward to continuing the dialogue on this issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Skretta this time? Senator Conrad?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, John, for being here, and thank you for we've had a lot of conversations before the hearing and with your predecessor as well, and I really, really appreciate it, and for your written comments that you submitted as well. I was hoping that perhaps you could help the committee understand the parental consent process that LPS utilizes for these different tools, because, and again, this is anecdotal, but I have 2 kids in LPS, and one in elementary and one in middle school, and we love being a part of the LPS family. But I will tell you, both my husband and I are attorneys, and we are lucky to have resources and time to be engaged in our children's education. But I will also tell you, I don't feel like going through the student handbook or the various sheets that come home in the backpacks or what have you, or going to curriculum nights. I don't know if I've ever had a meaningful opportunity to understand all the tools LPS is utilizing and to opt my kids in or out of those. So how does that work in practice? How do you really effectuate meaningful parental notification and consent?
I'll qualify my answer by saying I should go back and review the full extent of parental consent annually completed by parents. And here's what I would acknowledge.
And maybe it's a checkbox, and I'm checking a bunch of checkboxes, and I should pay better attention.
What one of the challenges is that in the name of crafting and developing an expedient and user-friendly process, perhaps we should back up and reconsider, do we in fact have a full inventorying that is offering the kind of transparency that you're requesting, and individual licensing, opt-in, opt-outs? That I'm not aware of. I'd have to go back and review that. But I think that raises an interesting question, because we want to provide full disclosure and be transparent on that. And we also want a process that's convenient for parents to use. And we need to make sure we don't have a adverse trade-off in that effect.
Very good. John, could you also, just help, and I know you're new to this role, but I know you have deep roots in all different areas of education, policy, and practice. Can you help the committee perhaps understand the process or considerations that a school like LPS, or even the former schools that you've worked with, or ESUs, might kind of tick through to decide, like, hey, we're being pitched this new technology by a security company or a technology company. How do we assess whether or not this is right for us or a good value for us?
Right. Well, I think the very first thing that school districts need to do, and that we attempt to do with Fidelity, is you really start from your own internal needs analysis, so that we're not basically begging the question where you're walking through an exhibitor's hall at a conference and find a product that looks like it's glitzy, looks like it's appealing. We really try to proceed from identifying what resources might match up best to meet needs, and as part of a continuous improvement process.
And I've also lucky, being an LPS parent, that I can run kind of informal little focus groups as I'm carting kids around from their various activities. And having visited with my kids and some of their friends, and then students in our district kind of writ large, because of course we keep in close communication with them, and particularly the high school students who, are interested in these issues. I've heard that, LPS has a pretty extensive set of cameras, security cameras. They have the vape detection, which you talked about. They've adopted a digital hall pass. They do fingerprint scans, and then they collect a variety of different data from student surveys and otherwise. And those are at least a few of the different tools that I know about. Can you help me understand what kind of accommodations are provided for students with special needs or disabilities? Because I've heard
Sure.
from a lot of parents who are particularly concerned about the digital hall pass,
Okay.
that it's a real hindrance to their students' ability to go to the nurse or go to the bathroom or address their special needs. And so could you just maybe walk us through that
I
piece?
think just from what I would offer, both from my experience as a school administrator and thinking as a parent advocating for their child, what the avenues that we would explore and that I think we could collaborate on to ensure that whatever tool we're talking about, if it's an e-hall pass or something else, that it's optimally in the service of the student and meeting the student's needs, would be thinking through things like if it's a health office related situation. So if that student has an individual health care plan that we've developed, then obviously documented medical concerns, then that would prevail and would certainly change the otherwise identified standard protocols on the e-hall pass that would say, hey, you have 3 passes per day that you can request and be granted. And those sort of allowances can be made. I would mention individual health care plans. I would mention 504s, special education status, if there's something in the IEP that would help to be descriptive of that need.
Okay, that's great. Last question is, can you perhaps help me understand how LPS looks at some of these issues with a racial justice lens? Because in preparation for the hearing, I've been reading a lot of law reviews and data reports and policy papers from the National Association of School Boards to privacy and technology experts to civil rights advocates. And there seems to be a reoccurring theme in much of the research data and kind of academic analysis around some of these tools that they really can exacerbate racial disparities in discipline in particular. Can you maybe help the committee or the record understand, how those considerations may come into play with LPS's utilization of some of these tools?
Yeah, so this is a profoundly important issue and one in which the Lincoln Public Schools have worked very diligently to examine disparities in student discipline based upon race and ethnicity
Right.
over years. And what we're committed to doing is scrutinizing that data on a year in and year out basis with an actual goal that's identified in our strategic plan 2024 through 2029 of reducing that disparity to a point where it's no longer statistically significant. And I would also reference the importance of our collaborative partnership through the Safe and Successful Kids Interlocal, with helping to aggregate that data and making sure that we have a very clear distinction between student disciplinary instances and those that are referred to juvenile justice.
Okay, very good. And I really want to thank John, you for coming in and sharing that information. And I didn't have the courtesy to share any of those questions with John beforehand. And I appreciate your candor and look forward to working with you as we continue the conversation in 2025.
Likewise, thanks so much.
Any other questions for Mr. Scretta? If not, I have one. I guess I understand you have the vape detection devices.
Yeah, I think we've only piloted in 3 or 4 of our schools at this point.
Okay. But I'm not clear on the digital hall passes. How do those work exactly?
Okay, so the hall passes that you and I would be familiar with would have been that pad, and the teacher just scripts it out, and you tear it off, and at some undetermined point in the future, I'd return to class. The e-hall pass just gives us a little bit better degree of accountability. The student, through their Chromebook, requests the pass when the pass is granted. And basically, we're also trying to, like a governor on a grain truck, we're trying to manage the amount of traffic that goes in the hallway at one time or another. So it's not too fast, not too heavy. And so there's different thresholds that the system helps to determine. But the individual classroom teacher is able to set up an auto pass grant or to monitor and allow the student then when it's requested. So the teachers manage, it's basically moving from a paper and pad pass system to one that's managed through our software to do that.
So the teacher does manage the pass.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's on their Chromebook, the student's Chromebook.
Yeah, the student requests it through their Chromebook through an app.
Okay, so the only time a student is monitored with the digital pass, hall pass, is when they're out of the classroom, I guess, or going through the hall.
Right. It's time stamped. So then the pass is granted, they're green lighted out, and then when they come back, they indicate, make sure the teacher checks them back in, they're in. Yeah.
And
so it monitors duration and frequency of hall passes in a way that you wouldn't have a record of if you were paper and pad hall pass system.
So the only time the digital hall pass is really accessed, I guess, from the outside would be when the student is in on school grounds. It's not possible to track the student outside of the school grounds, I guess.
No,
with it.
That's correct. Yeah. And it's not a geo-tracking thing. It's just a time date stamped thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? So the pass is totally secure. I mean, no one else other than the classroom teacher would have access. Okay.
Yeah, and we've Senator Conrad and I have had some conversations about that, and she's heard some unvarnished feedback from students about the e-hall pass, and I've heard some affirmative feedback from administrators about the e-hall pass, and here we are.
It's not used by anyone outside of the school at all to monitor.
And Securely, which is the company, the software company, and they, as a vendor, have attestations around the security and protection of the data on that platform.
I should say outside of a classroom teacher, or does the administrator have?
Admin can access it at that level, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you raised such an important distinction in regards to not only the proliferation of these tools, but their reach beyond school grounds or school activities or the school day. And there's really, I think, important distinctions with how that might be employed. And some tools do follow the kids home and some don't, right? In regards to the trackers on their Chromebooks or whatever
This is a
else.
good point around, if I could
please.
just
No, I
in
think it's
terms
helpful
of,
to understanding.
regulation specific language. I just want to share this because it just speaks to the issue. It resonates with the questions being raised in the conversation we're having. School computers, networks, other technology resources, including all on-site or remote access thereto through school accounts, are covered. So that remote use would be the student is on the school device, and we have the responsibility then to monitor usage when the student is on the school device, whether they're remote or at school. And much of this, of course, gets into the previously mentioned federal legal compliance dictates.
And then just one follow-up there, because it's in regards to the helpful exchange you had with Senator Merman about the digital hall passes. And believe me, I am not a tech savvy person. I can barely run my cell phones, but I don't think the digital hall pass actually works as simplistically as you described.
Okay.
Because I've heard from feedback and information from LPS, actually when I've inquired about these issues, why are you doing this? How does this work? How much did it cost? What happens to the data? And they say all kinds of things like, oh no, we need it to be able to track what kids are where so that we can keep kids apart from each other that need to be apart from each other so that we can monitor all different aspects regarding behavior or otherwise. So it's not as simple as just saying, hey, can I go to the bathroom? And the teacher says, yeah, and that's it.
Right.
It
Yeah,
actually
you're
works
alluding to broader
much-
use of it in terms of.
It works
yeah.
much more expansively than that. So do you want to maybe help the
Well,
committee
what
get
you
a
could
fuller
do,
understanding?
you could collate essentially, and you can crosswalk to identify which students were in the hallway at which times. So if they're in the hallways at the same time requesting a pass simultaneously on a regular basis from different classrooms, same period, there might be a meetup, and it could be as innocuous as
Chit chat.
chit chat, and it
Or
could be
something more
something else.
serious.
Right, it's something more sinister, but yeah, that's one such use.
Right. But it's much more expansive than just, can I go to the bathroom? Yes or no. And then that's it.
Yeah, well, I think with the aggregation of the data, there's the ability to, disaggregate that and analyze a number of different things.
So even though LPS may not sell that data commercially, when that aggregated data goes back to the company that you're purchasing this software from and these tools from, what do they do with the data?
Yeah, again, good question. There are stipulations around when individual identifiable personal data can be released, and there's parts of the parental consent piece that factor into that as well. And I would have to
Sure.
gather additional information for you, and some of that may be, Senator Conrad, some of that may be vendor specifics too.
Yeah. Because even if it doesn't track Caroline or Will Conrad, like what is that company doing with all that information about all those kids? Do you know? I don't know. Do you know? Okay. All right. That's kind of a problem. All right. Thanks, John. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Well, I've got a follow-up question.
Good. We're getting to the bottom of it.
So the Chromebook, it does, this system does prevent access from certain material to the Chromebook.
Yes, yeah, and that's
off school grounds.
Yeah,
also.
Children's Internet Protection Act, yeah,
Okay.
web filtering.
But is that the only thing that can be tracked outside the school ground? I mean, does the location of this student, can that be tracked outside, off school grounds, I guess?
I don't think so.
I mean, there's safety issues there
Yeah.
too, kids
Yeah.
going to and from school. It could be a reason.
If you're on a
good
device,
reasons to-
so if you're on a device, it has an IP address. If it has an IP address, it can be tracked and its location could be determined.
Any other questions? Senator Linehan.
I think Dr. Scudder just answered this, but if maybe the school, but whoever has the software knows where you are if you're using a device. People can track you if you have a device. And there's, I just know from smatterings, very small smatterings of intel, we have a national situation where people can track us where they.
Especially if you're like me and every time you get those accept all cookies and you just check, seems easier.
Yeah, so it's, if they've got devices, I don't know if the school can track them, but whoever's got the device, paying for the device can track.
Yeah.
So when the kids are in the hall, I think this was clarified, but it's not like they have ankle bracelets on.
No, we don't. We know their intended location. We don't know their specific or exact location. We just know that they've been granted a hall pass.
But you wouldn't go back and search through it unless you were looking probably for something happened and you want to know who was there. Okay, that makes sense. Because we're not paying somebody to look at it every day.
We're not.
Well, there's that. Okay, thank you.
Senator Conrad.
John, just because, again, this is maybe a little different application with the vape detectors, they're like primarily in bathrooms and things like that, right? Which
Correct,
where
restrooms,
kids
yeah.
go to, I guess, vape or smoke.
It used to be
cigarettes
smoking
or-
in the boys' room.
Yeah,
You remember
right,
that tune?
right.
Now it's
Yeah,
vaping.
exactly.
Right.
That's it. We'll have a soundtrack for the series. But do those vape detectors solely look at air quality issues to detect smoke or vape? Do they track any sound?
They can do much more. So I had a discussion with purchasing just to get some product specs, and our acquisition and our use of those is air quality vape detection only.
Okay.
I'll share the doc. We'll follow up conversation about this, but there's a pretty vast range of additional subscription-based services that you can get with that include monitoring air temp, and also I thought this was really interesting, motion detection, occupancy.
Yeah, and I just asked because, looking at this from kind of a rights lens, there's different expectations of privacy in different places, right? So obviously, a school is a public place, so there's going to be a different expectation of privacy as there is versus when you're in your home, right, which has the highest protection. But the courts have recognized, of course, that there are some heightened protections for private areas like a restroom. And so I had received some feedback from some high school students in our district that they were worried about noise detection and like tracking conversations or things
Nope.
like that. Okay, maybe that was bad information. So it's good to clear that up in the interim study hearing.
Not doing that.
All right, very good. Thanks. I'm done. I've really done this time.
Any other questions? I just have one more. Approximately what is the cost of like the vape detection?
Yeah, I think
All that
each
stuff?
vape detector is about $1,000. And I can get more specifics on that, but that was just from a conversation earlier today. Anticipating that might be a question. So. Yep.
Any other questions? Senator Linehan.
So if it picks up vaping, does it pick up if you were smoking anything else?
I think so.
No one smokes anything else anymore.
Even way back when. Does it pick up any other?
I would think it can, given all the other multicolored LEDs, motion detection, panic button support tools that it offers.
It just seems odd if I was a high school student and I was vaping, you'd catch me, but if I was doing another thing.
True enough.
And
Yes.
I wouldn't get caught. It seems a little,
You know how to work the system.
yeah. Or you have some of your friends go to that restroom and vape while some of your other friends go over to that.
Yeah, and
restroom.
see, just kind of, test it.
Kids are very, as you well know, they're very creative.
They are, yes. As
Staying
a
ahead of
parent
them
and a
is
school
problem.
administrator, I can attest to
Yes,
that.
staying ahead of them is problematic.
Any other questions?
I-
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Chairman Norman. In the vaping area, can they detect what is being vaped? Like, I guess you can put marijuana in vape as well as other types of, or is it just the vape, nicotine, steam, nicotine?
We're getting into a whole level of particulate analysis that's beyond the scope of my knowledge about the vape detectors, but I will look into that because I'm immensely curious now as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. for
Thank you,
testifying.
appreciate it.
Any other neutral testifiers?
Thank you so much.
If not, Senator Conrad, you're welcome to close.
Thank you so much, Chair Merman. Thank you, members of the committee. Welcome, Senator Linehan and Senator Walls. Good to see you, and thank you for your good questions, and really appreciate Dr. Scretta being here to help us kind of think through and walk through some of these things as only somebody with expertise on the front lines of these issues in our school can do. But I think that hopefully, as we conclude this hearing, in addition to the gratitude that I want to express again to the committee and to the testifiers, hopefully we can find some common ground in understanding that these are really important issues. And there's a lot of unanswered questions for how these tools are being used in different schools across the state. So I hope that we can continue the dialogue together as we prepare for the 2025 session, and that we really perhaps look at some different solutions that are out there. These issues, for the most part, arise in the context of school safety, which I know we all care deeply about. Senator Walz helped to lead a school safety task force a few years ago that has a whole host of great information and data and solutions about how we can continue our work on school safety. We've invested heavily in that as a committee to help schools meet those needs. And I think this is part of that conversation moving forward. I don't think that we're probably going to be able to put the proverbial genie back in the bottle when it comes to the proliferation of technology in our schools. So I don't think that it would be smart public policy to move forward with a straight ban on these technologies. But I do think that we have an obligation to set the right balance for parental rights and for student privacy, because there's such significant issues for civil liberties, civil rights, racial justice, law enforcement, commercialization, student discipline, etc. So what I'm hoping to do is perhaps draw upon past successful examples that this committee has found favorable, whether that was directing the State Board of Education to create a model policy in regards to support for pregnant and parenting students, or the work that we did with Senator McKinney last session to adopt a model policy for our schools in regards to student clothing and attire issues. Perhaps the time is right to invigorate that conversation with our partners on the State Board of Ed. And again, I really appreciate Sherry Jones for writing in on this, to figure out how we could maybe put some safeguards or guardrails in place to help our schools, and particularly maybe our smaller schools that haven't had a chance to dig deeply into some of these thorny questions, have the tools and best practices to support parents' rights and students' privacy and school safety.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Conrad?
Thank you.
Okay, if not, I would like to say online comments, there were 4 proponents, 0 opponents, and 1 neutral. So that will close the hearing on LR 321, and we'll open the hearing on LR 341. Senator McKinney.
Good afternoon, Chair Merman and members of the Education Committee. I am Senator Terrell McKinney, TERRELMCKINNEY. I represent District 11 in North Omaha. I'm here today to discuss LR 341, an interim study aimed at determining the scope and use of banned and barred actions by Nebraska school districts. Recently, concerns have been risen from parents, educators, and civil rights advocates about the increasing use of these bans without clear oversight or an appeals process. These actions have serious implications for parental involvement, student rights, and the overall transparency of school district governance. The purpose of this resolution is to propose an in-depth examination of how school districts utilize their authority to ban individuals from school property, often under the threat of police enforcement. This study will assess whether the legal basis for such actions, primarily rooted in Section 79-405 of Nebraska law, is appropriate, and whether legislative reforms are necessary to protect the rights of students and parents. School districts for Nebraska Public Schools are utilizing ban and bar processes by which school districts prohibit students and family members from school properties with the threat of police enforcement should an individual violate the ban. There are no regulations related to the appropriate use of a ban, the length of a ban, or to whom or when the ban may be applied. There have been instances of school districts instituting bans against students and family members who have disagreed with staff or administrators regarding the educational needs of the student, even though there was no evidence of a threat by the student or the family member. And some school districts have implemented 4-year bans. There is no due process or appeal mechanism by which a student or family member can allege that a ban and bar is unreasonable or retaliatory. The only authority for a school district to utilize a ban and bar arises from Section 79-405, which states in part that every school district is a body corporate that possesses all the usual powers of a corporation for public purposes, may sue and be sued, and may purchase, hold, and sell such personal and real estate as the law allows. School districts have implemented ban and bar actions through the general right of corporations to prohibit and trespass. I believe the Education Committee should prioritize several aspects look into several aspects to ensure fairness, transparency, and alignment with both legal standards and parental rights in education. First, there should be a clarification of legal authority. The statutory interpretation of Section 79-405, there should be a review of the section to determine whether it adequately empowers school districts to implement ban and bars as a means of managing school property and protecting students and staff. It should also look into the limits of corporate powers for public institutions, examine how the general powers of corporations to prohibit trespassing apply to public school districts, and what limitations might exist in this context, given the public service nature of these institutions. They should also look at the scope and use of ban and bar actions. First, should look at case studies, collect detailed examples from school districts from across the state, documenting the reasons for each ban, the parties involved, the durations, and the outcomes, particularly if the ban was contested or led to further disciplinary actions. You should also review the length and justifications. Investigate whether certain durations like 4-year bans are excessive or arbitrary, and understand the circumstances under which such long-term bans are applied. You should also look at alternative measures, explore whether alternative conflict resolution measures such as mediation between parents and administrators could effectively replace or reduce the need for such bans. You should also look at due process and appeal mechanisms. Fair hearing standards. Assess the absence of due process rights for affected individuals and determine whether a formalized process could prevent the misuse of bans. This includes setting up clear guidelines for notification, evidence requirements, and a timeline for parents or students to respond to the school district's actions. You should also look into appeals process. You should probably propose establishing a standardized independent appeals process where students or family members could contest a ban and bar order. This could involve an impartial committee or external oversight to prevent potential conflicts of interest within the school district. You should also look into the transparency in decision-making. Recommend guidelines for clear communication about the specific reasons for a ban and the evidence supporting it, ensuring that any decision to implement a ban is made transparently and in good faith. You should also look into protecting parental and student rights. Protect first parent and family involvement. Given the fundamental right of parents to participate in their child's education, I would examine the impact of bans on this relationship, especially in cases where disagreement over educational needs is a factor. Should also look into guidelines for the application. develop clear criteria for when a ban is justified and necessary, potentially restricting bans to situations where there is evidence of a credible threat to safety. Next, an impact assessment on student well-being. Recognize that beyond parental involvement, students may suffer emotionally and socially from being effectively barred from certain areas of the school, especially when their families are restricted from engaging in school events or activities. Just imagine that your parent can't come to your basketball game for your whole high school career, or yeah, pretty much. Next, should look at policy and regulatory recommendations. Define appropriate use in case for bans. Draft recommendations that define the circumstances under which a ban is appropriate, such as threats to physical safety, harassment, or significant disruption of educational activities. Duration limits. Consider setting reasonable maximum timeframes for bans with the possibility of periodic reviews or renewal requirements, ensuring that bans aren't applied indefinitely without review. Legislative reforms. Based on findings, consider proposing legislative reforms to clarify school district authority and limitations and mandate due process protections and possibly create oversight mechanisms for accountability. Also, we also have to look at balancing safety with rights. While safety is a priority, the Education Committee should recommend a balanced approach that prevents abuse of a ban and bar authority and ensures that these actions are used only as a last resort, not as a means of suppressing dissent or addressing nonviolent disputes. In closing, as the Education Committee listens to this hearing and taking the study, it is critical that we balance the need for safety within our schools with the rights of parents and students. While schools must be safe environments for everyone, ban and bars should not become tools for stopping legitimate concerns or disagreements about educational policies. The findings from this study will help us determine whether reforms are necessary to create clear guidelines, ensure due process, and prevent potential abuse of authority. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator McKinney? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. I've never heard this before, band and bar. So what does that mean?
So just imagine you have a kid at let's say a high school, you get a call from your kid that something went wrong, or you get a text like, hey, I got punched, or a teacher isn't listening to me, something like that. You come up to the school and you really don't know what's going on, and somehow you get into the school. Now they got to buzz you in. So you get buzzed into the school and you have a back and forth with an administrator or a teacher. And then maybe the principal or administrator decides to say, Miss Linehan, you're banned and barred from the premises of the school for the rest of the school year. That means you cannot come on the property or else the police will be called.
One person can make that decision?
The administration can.
Thank
you. Yep.
Any other questions for Senator? Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator McKinney. Good to see you. I am glad you brought forward this interim study. I remember seeing it come in when you introduced it, and I was really grateful to see Chair Merman set this for a public hearing today. This was a term and a practice that I was not familiar with as a parent as well. But I will tell you, when I was the director of the ACLU, we got a lot of legal intakes about this issue from all across the state, big schools, little schools. Sometimes there would be a messy fact pattern with like a family law issue. Maybe there's a system involved kind of issue that might be out there as well. But sometimes it was a more kind of seemingly innocuous kind of situation like the one that you described where, you know, for whatever reason, there was maybe a disagreement between parent and school, and maybe things got a little bit heated, not violent or anything like that, but maybe a little bit passionate. and then boom, ban and bar, you're done. We're not going to have you at the school or the school activities anymore. And the parent basically has very little, if any, recourse at that point in time. So I was shocked to learn about this from that experience, but I'm not sure what the solutions are because it may be so tricky from a case-by-case basis, but I'm looking forward to what you and other testifiers bring forward, so just so that we can understand the scope of this issue. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senator McKinney? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Any proponents for LR 341? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Members of the committee, my name is Lauren Misek Vargas, LAURENMICEK VARGAS. I am the CEO of Education Rights Council, or ERC, a nonprofit providing direct representation for families facing access to education issues across the entire state of Nebraska. In Nebraska, school districts are using their power to ban and bar parents and students from school grounds and activities with no limits on how long a ban and bar can be in place and no due process to appeal. While districts do not have a specific right to ban and bar, Nebraska law says that school districts are body corporates and possess all the usual powers of a corporation for public purposes. School districts use this permissive language sometimes to the grave disadvantage of parents and students, because there are no guidelines, no timeframes, and again, no due process. What ERC has experienced from time to time is that school districts use this tool to silence parents whom they view to be, quote unquote, objectionable, using it to keep their own students off campus sometimes also, instead of using the Student Discipline Act, which does contain due process measures. All a school has to do is say that a member of their staff felt threatened for an undecided reason or for whatever reason, and issue a ban and bar letter that can be for as long as they want, an undetermined period of time. Then they can force police to arrest anyone who ignores the letter, and the arrest is for a trespass pursuant to Nebraska statute section 28.522. We have seen multiple situations where the lack of regulation surrounding ban and bar has resulted in the abuse of power by districts. We know, for instance, of a mother who was banned for 4 years from all school events for yelling at a basketball coach. We know of a father who was banned from a school property indefinitely because he asked police to accompany him when he was trying to receive his son who had special needs, when the district refused to let him come home after school hours. More than a month after the incident, when the father complained that his son wasn't getting the special education services he merited, the school decided it felt threatened by the prior police presence and banned the parent indefinitely. And probably the most egregious, when a district who tried to ban and bar an African-American mother who had 2 children with special needs brought her mother on the phone, and the mother began to be heated in the conversation, they decided to ban and bar not only the grandmother, but the mother as well, as being rude and dismissive on the phone. I want to be clear. ERC is not saying that a school district should not ever have the authority to ban and bar disruptive parents or parents that are putting the risk of students and faculty at risk. And we agree that even students do not have an absolute right to access school property if they pose an ongoing threat of disruption to the educational process. But we do disagree that school districts using ban and bar instead of the Student Discipline Act in cases in which we're discussing students and utilizing that, may I continue?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. With the Student Discipline Act has process and rules and consistency. We also disagree that the school district should be permitted to unilaterally bar parents from school grounds for extensive periods of time without due process. We agree that a school has a compelling interest in keeping schools safe, but we think a more narrowly tailored ban and bar with an opportunity for appeal could achieve the school's purpose of keeping people safe and parents' right to participate in the children's education. We propose that the legislature enact legislation that permits ban and bar notices for specific offenses committed on school property by adults. For instance, adults who are charged with committing bodily injury or threats thereof, but that the ban and bar apply for a limited period of time, specifically a period of years, like a protection order or something of that nature. And that there is an appeal process to the Board of Education for the district that includes a hearing where evidence can be provided. We also propose that legislation should prohibit the use of ban and bar being applied to the district's own students without going through the student discipline procedures that the legislature already has oversight over. But this can happen again this can only happen through the implementation of the Student Discipline Act and not the ban and bar letter, which currently allows no due process. Members of the legislature, we think ban and bar is an issue. It's a problem, but one that is easily remedied by your intervention. By simply narrowing the authority of districts to a common standard where notice and an opportunity to be heard is provided to families and to students, you can take action. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Vargas? Yes, Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lauren. Good to see you always. Can you help the committee? And I think this probably wouldn't be a problem with the solution that you're proposing, which is very narrow, a uniform process with due process. But can you help the committee understand, because schools do face really thorny issues where I'm thinking for a hot minute, I did family law practice and that was enough. But I know that sometimes there's really hard family law issues, say a custody battle or an ongoing custody or visitation issues, and schools get stuck in the middle of that a lot. And maybe it's not mom's time to have the kid, or maybe mom doesn't have custody and she shows up and says, I want my kid. And you're like, I don't think so, according to the information that we have. And things get really charged. And then it's like, okay, mom, you have to stay away. That's not really what you're talking about in this instance, and I know you have some background in those areas as well, but can you just help the committee think about that? Because I think we're all very sympathetic to schools trying to do the right thing and sort out like a legal document on a family law issue in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that schools are in a difficult position oftentimes, especially in a family matter where two parents maybe are looking out for their own best interest and not the child, right? And it can be very difficult, especially when there's not attorneys or somebody who is communicating effectively in those instances. So I understand why a ban and bar may need to be utilized in those situations. I think that getting out that information and that evidence, although it may not be needed or required within that 24-hour period of threat or risk to the child or to the school district, allowing for, and as you mentioned, that kind of narrowly tailored system of due process would allow either parent who had been barred and banned to at least get their perspective heard. So maybe it is, for instance, in a domestic violence situation, maybe there's something else going on and the mother wants to get the children because she's about to be abused, and the father says absolutely not, and there's something there, right, that the school doesn't have time to sort through and shouldn't. Like, that's not necessarily their job. It would allow for a system of appeal, so then the mother in a family matter could bring her attorney and potentially demonstrate evidence as to why that should be lifted. At this point, I think all that messiness can be handled in that ban and bar. It's the undetermined amount of time without other evidence that is the issue that we see, is that there needs to be a process for appeal, just as any other type of bar and ban that would exist. If you were charged with trespass, for instance, in the criminal court, you would have the opportunity to then bring that evidence to court in front of the judge. Whether that's a hearing officer or the school board, I think that's up for the legislature to take. But I do think that the fact that nothing exists makes those situations even more complex and can also weigh sometimes not in the best interest of children.
Yeah, it's interesting. The durational piece that you
Mhm.
mentioned there should definitely probably be part of a solution to maybe provide some flexibility for like an exigent circumstance, but then when everybody has a chance to get information, then there's an opportunity to kind of sort it out or revisit it down the road, which doesn't currently exist right now.
Correct.
It's 100% at the discretion of the school, when to lift, when to impose, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay. And then the last question that I have is, Lauren, do you know either in your experience or how this might play out with like, say, for example, a school is concerned about a parent who has past system involvement
Mhm.
and maybe it's on the sex offender registry list
Mhm.
or any other kind of issue. Does that calculation come into play for how these ban and bar letters are utilized? Is that something the committee should think about in terms of ensuring safety for everyone, but also recognizing people who've paid their time, have, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think through the hardest instances.
Totally. I will say, I don't want to speak with whole cloth because we haven't had many of those circumstances come to our organization. What I will say that in some of those circumstances, again, where it impacts the best interest of the child or the safety of the child, I have worked alongside districts to ensure that parent, for instance, who is sexually assaulting a child and is now in prison, right, can't have access to the information for that child. I've worked alongside districts, whether that includes a bar and ban because we know they're going to be paroled or so forth.
Right.
Again, in the child's interest. But I have not had a circumstance where, in my experience, where somebody, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but where a parent who has been formerly incarcerated now is, become a threat to the
Like
school.
a blanket.
I have not
Okay,
had that,
all
or I have not seen that.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Senator Linehan.
How big of a problem is this?
Yeah, I think that we get, as Senator Conrad mentioned from ACLU, now I believe that we probably are getting a phone call once a month on a bar and ban from across the state. It doesn't matter the size of the district. It's a statewide issue.
But I guess I would assume that not everybody's going to call you because they don't know you exist. So
Correct.
how long is this? I've never heard this before. So how long has this process been a tool that schools use?
Since I've been an attorney, which is close to 10 years. So I'm sure potentially longer.
So if I understand Senator McKinney correctly, he's saying that a principal at a school can tell a parent, you don't get to come here anymore for however long we decide, and there's no recourse.
Correct.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much for your time.
Other proponents for LR 341? Other proponents? If no proponents, any opponents for LR 341? Anyone neutral for LR 341? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Lisa Utterback, Lisa Utterback, and I am the Chief Officer for Student and Community Services for the Omaha Public Schools. I am here today on behalf of the Omaha Public Schools to share our practices with respect to banning and barring individuals from our properties. The district only utilizes ban and bar when dealing with adults who engage in behavior that disrupts the learning environment. The district does not ban and bar with its students. There are 3 levels to this process depending on the severity of the behavior. The first is a no trespassing letter, a warning, and an actual ban and bar. No trespassing letters are issued to individuals that do not have any educational purpose to be on district property and who have caused a safety concern or disruption to the school environment. Warnings are issued to those who have a legitimate reason to be on district premises, but who have engaged in conduct that may have involved unwelcome or harassing behavior, disruption to the school environment, or refusal to follow other school rules designated for parents and visitors, which does not include a threat to another person's physical safety. An actual ban and bar is issued only when an individual has threatened another individual's physical safety. During the 23-24 school year, the district issued 42 no trespassing letters, 22 warnings, and 31 ban and bars. The decision to ban and bar an individual from our property is not one that we take lightly. For that reason, we have a very formal process in place. If a principal wishes to ban and bar someone, they must reach out to our director of security. The principal must provide documentation and evidence on a district ban and bar form. The director contacts the individual the school has requested to be banned and barred, notifies them of this request, and then asks them to provide any evidence they wish to have considered and requests that they do not return to school until the investigation is conducted. Upon completion of that investigation, the director makes a decision and informs all parties via phone call and by certified mail. The letter includes the process for the individual to appeal. If there is no appeal, the ban and bar remains in effect for that calendar year, the remainder of that school year. Our procedures are all governed by board policy and by Omaha Police Department protocols. We also work with the Douglas County Sheriff and Bellevue Police Department when those jurisdictions are involved. I have provided the clerk with a copy of our form as well as a copy of board policy 3520. I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Utterback? Yeah, Senator Conrad.
Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Utterback. Actually, this is really helpful information. Can you speak to the durational piece that I was visiting with Ms. Vargas about, where, you know, once you exhaust these preliminary remedies, and I think let's just take the straight trespass off the table. You don't have any reason to be in the school and you're just trespassing there and disrupting things. And sounds like that's working as it should to keep kids and parents and teachers safe. But for the parents that do have an educational reason to be on the school property and maybe have been disruptive in the past, how does the district handle the durational component? Is it once a ban and bar is in place, it's in place, or it's in place for me at Riley Elementary, but then when my kid advances to Color Middle School, then it's not in place? Or how does, and those are Lincoln School examples, I don't know all the school names in Omaha, but help me understand when and if it's ever revisited, how exactly it extends, perhaps in perpetuity or across different school properties. Can you help us just kind of understand that for the places where it does come into fruition, for the 30 folks that you have a ban and bar on last year or in a given year?
Yes, our process is that a ban and bar is only put in place for the remainder of that calendar year.
Okay.
So for example, if a ban and bar would be put in place today, then that ban and bar would be no longer exist at the start of the next school year.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
And we do that because we know it's very important for us to rebuild relationships with parents and guardians, and our parents to rebuild relationships with us. So it is one calendar year throughout the school calendar year.
Yeah. No, that's really helpful. And then the other thing that I was hoping you could help the committee understand, Ms. Utterback, and I think you're uniquely positioned to do so, is kind of what triggers the process? Is it, and I see we have some teachers here today, so maybe they can weigh in for us too, but I'm a classroom teacher. I'm trying to explain a complex situation to a mom or dad about their kid in my class. Tensions rise, things get hot. I don't feel safe as a teacher. Can I go to my principal or to the district office to initiate this process? Can anyone initiate this process? How does that actually work?
Yes, the process happens at the building level, that if there is an
Okay.
issue, the teacher would work with his or her administrator, and the administrator would work with the director of school safety and complete our standard form.
Okay. That's really helpful. Can another parent trigger the process for, say, in that tricky family law situation where I'm a mom and I have full custody and I don't want dad to be at the parent teachers conference? Can I initiate that process as a parent?
No, that is not part of our process. A ban and bar would be put in place with an individual if someone's physical safety is at risk, meaning a staff member or another student in the building.
Okay. And then the last question would be, is there any way in some of the examples like Senator McKinney brought forward where, there was an issue that school year where people lost their temper, the district felt it was necessarily put this remedy in place to protect everybody? Is there ever, how does the enforcement piece work? So then if Mr. Smith is banned and barred, but then he sneaks into the bleachers to watch his kid play basketball, what happens? Does somebody call the police, or how does that work out?
Well, once a ban and bar is put in place, we have an office called the Office of Family and Community Relations.
Okay.
And they will often get involved and work with the family and the school to determine what type of communication
Okay.
and how that communication flow could take place with
Okay.
regards to their student and being on that school. And if there is a parent or an individual, a parent or a guardian that violates that ban and bar, law enforcement would be contacted because we put it in place because somebody's physical safety
Right.
has been threatened. I would also like to mention too, part of that process is the director of school safety gets video evidence. We have, cameras in our schools. We get written statements from individuals that may have witnessed the incident, and he takes that all into consideration, as well as the individual who is in a position where they may be banned and barred, and gets their statement as well.
Okay. That's super helpful. And I learned a lot actually from that answer. So even if mom or dad has a ban and bar, they still have avenues to communicate with the school
Yeah, of
about
course.
their children's educational
Yes.
career journey or issues or
Yes.
what have you.
I
Maybe
will-
it's just regulated to phone or
Correct.
something like that.
I would say that is one beneficial thing that came from the pandemic was our use of Teams and being able to communicate and see
Okay.
our families in person and have conversations.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Chairman Merman. Thank you very much for being here. I know you do great work.
Thank you.
How long has this policy been in place?
I would have to get that answer. I know that I've been with the district 26 years and never had to utilize it as a school administrator, but I know I've been in this office for 6 years and it has been in place prior to my tenure.
So then the other question I would think, I'm just guessing because this happens. So 42 no trespassing letters, 22 warnings, and 31 bans and bars. Are any of those concentrated in a particular school?
I do not have the specific numbers as to where those ban and bars took place. I could
think
get
the
that
committee
data.
would be interested in knowing if this is spread equally across the district, or if we have a situation where it seems to be. Because one of the fears I would have is, keeping people safe is very, very most important. But if this is used more in one school building than others, I think you might be running into a situation where you are not, without not saying it, you're saying parents aren't welcome, especially anybody who's upset. And parents are very emotional about their children, that. So sometimes Okay, so that would, I think would be helpful.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other neutral testifiers for LR 341? If not, Senator McKinney, you're welcome to close.
Thank you all for everyone that came to speak on this topic, and thank you to the committee for the questions. I think this is a really important topic. I think we definitely need to figure out how to address this. I think a policy and a solution is needed to ensure that this is used in the right way and standards are met. You know, I was sitting there thinking, and it, wondering, like, why does a ban and bar policy need to last a year? What if I have a kid that has an IEP? What if my kid has autism? What if I live in poverty and I can't afford Wi-Fi? That's why we need an appeal process. Who represents the parent? She talked about all these people who could represent the school and back up the schools, what happened according to the school and the principal, but who represents the parent? Where's their right to counsel? Where's their right to representation? I think we need to think about that as well. And also another good question of usage. What areas of the district is this being used? What legislative districts is this being used in more so than others? I think that's very important because we need to peel that layer back as well. And just overall, we just need to ensure that schools are doing the right thing by our kids. And I just don't think a ban and bar policy should last a year without an appeal. I think if a school district says, Mom, you're banned, you should at least have 2 weeks to appeal it or more. There's no reason for a parent to be restricted from going inside of a school for a year unless they do something super serious. And I'm not saying that parents have not done super serious things, showing up to schools with weapons and things like that. I'm not saying that, but they should be allowed to appeal it because there are a lot of kids with a lot of developmental issues and things like that, that parents might get frustrated and they might raise their voices and things like that because dealing with a kid, for example, with autism isn't the best situation because you might have to go up to the school multiple times. Dealing with a kid with an IEP isn't always the best because you might have to go up to the school multiple times to try to make sure your kid's needs are met, and maybe miscommunication here or there, you might get banned and you're going to be restricted for a year. Then we're talking about school districts with the lowest graduation rates. I'm just saying, like, that shouldn't be. There should be an appeals process. So that's what I think should happen. And it's definitely something I will look into if the committee doesn't look into it because it needs to happen. But with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Senator McKinney? Senator Linehan?
Thank you, Chairman Merman. I noted that Ms. Utterbach said she never used this policy, didn't have to. And if my recollection is, she was in a pretty tough school district, so she wasn't OPS. So you think that this is used maybe in some buildings more than in other buildings?
I would have, without fact, I would assume yes, because I have talked to parents in the district I represent that have been banned. So I'm not sure how, like, as far as numbers, what is that versus other districts, other legislative districts in the city of Omaha that OPS encompasses, for example. But I've talked to parents who have been banned.
Thank you for bringing this to the committee's attention.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Senator Conrad?
Thank you, Chair Merman, and I appreciate Senator Linehan's questions here too. Senator McKinney, and you may have heard my exchange with Ms. Nisek Vargas, but my limited experience would be that this practice is not a common occurrence across Nebraska. But I do think what's troubling about this practice, from my experience, is that when it does come into play, there's nothing anyone can do about it. That's kind of my concern with it. Not that we have like hundreds and hundreds of parents who are being banned and barred from school facilities or ball games or whatever. I don't think that's the case. But in those narrow instances where we do have schools utilizing this, and to be clear, I have seen this in small rural communities and in large urban communities, for a lot of different reasons, is that it's very frustrating for the parents to have some sort of avenue to figure out, A, why exactly did this happen? Sometimes it's kind of murky. And B, what is the recourse if I think perhaps the school came down the wrong side of things? Now, sometimes the parents will say like, oh no, I crossed the line there. I'm gonna abide by this and walk away, right? And do parent-teacher conferences on Zoom or something, or whatever it might be. But in those small instances where it does just feel like a heat of the moment decision or an arbitrary decision, or perhaps it's not proportional to the behavior as well, right? All those kind of subjective components that come into play. It is important that we kind of sort it out, because of course there's just so many constitutional rights involved in this. We are talking about public spaces. We are talking about parental rights. And of course we want to keep everybody safe, but it shouldn't hurt any public safety value that we all hold if there's simply a process in place, right?
I agree. I mean, we're talking about places that people say don't discriminate, so we should be making sure that they're not discriminating or doing things that oppress people further than they've been oppressed.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
No problem. And I got the next one.
Yes.
Senator McKinney today.
If I can find the list here.
All right. Good afternoon again, Chair Merman and members of the Education Committee.
Yeah, we'll close it on
Okay.
341. Sorry.
All right. You
And
good?
open hearing on 439. Go ahead.
Did you have any letters for the record?
Pardon me.
Letters for the record?
Oh, no, we didn't have any. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Good afternoon, Chair Merman and members of the Education Committee. I am Senator Terrell McKinney, TERRELL McKinney. I represent District 11 in the state legislature, which is in North Omaha. We are here today to discuss LR 439, which is an interim study to explore whether the size of a school district has contributed to historical student underachievement in a Class 5 school district. The purpose of this resolution is to explore whether the size of a school district has contributed to the historical student underachievement within a Class 5 school district. This study should seek to understand whether the school district size contributes to the success or lack thereof of students. I introduced this resolution because I believe every system impacting our youth needs to be evaluated. Not only education, but also juvenile, child welfare, and the criminal justice system. According to research, the size of school districts has the ability to influence the allocation of resources, administration efficiency, student-teacher ratios, and their overall ability to meet the individual needs of students. In the case of the Class 5 school district, which serves an economically challenged student body, it is important to investigate whether size is a contribution to the students' underachievement. Understanding this relationship could lead to ensuring fair educational opportunities for all students. My predecessor tried to address this issue in the past, noting that the Class 5 school district has historically faced challenges related to size, resource distribution, and student performance. And despite efforts to address these challenges, the achievement gap still persists and our children remain underserved today. The study builds on prior work by conducting a comprehensive analysis to determine whether the structural side of the district plays a role in these disparities. At the close of last session, I took some time to reflect deeply, which led to this comprehensive set of questions that are within LR 439. Looking back at these questions underscore the depth of the issues at hand. Today, I hope we can start answering them. And for the legislative record, I will walk through each question, and I encourage committee members to consider these issues with me as we proceed. First, what are the prevailing trends in student performance and academic outcomes over the past decade in the Class 5 school district? 2, how do such trends compare to regional, state, and national benchmarks? 3, what is the total student population of the Class 5 school district? 4, what percentage of students in the Class 5 school district are classified as living below the poverty line? 5, what is the racial and ethnic composition of students in the Class 5 school district? 6, what is the socioeconomic status distribution among the student population in the Class 5 school district? 7, how many schools are within this Class 5 school district? 8, what is the geographical size of the Class 5 school district? 9, what is the student to teacher ratio in the Class 5 school district? 10, how many administrators are employed in this Class 5 school district? 11, how many administrators in the Class 5 school district have teaching certificates but do not teach? 12, what are the average test scores for students in the Class 5 school district? 13, what is the graduation rate of students in the Class 5 school district? 14, how do student outcomes in the Class 5 school district compare to state and regional averages? 15, are there significant achievement gaps among different demographic groups within the Class 5 school district? 16, what percentage of students are on track to graduate on time in the Class 5 school district? 17, what is the annual turnover rate for teachers within the Class 5 school district? 18, what factors are cited by teachers as causing them to leave their positions in the Class 5 school district? 19, how does teacher turnover in the Class 5 school district compare to neighboring districts and national averages? 20, are there specific schools within the Class 5 school district experiencing higher turnover rates? If so, where are they located? 21, what resources are available to schools within the Class 5 school district? 22, how are resources allocated among schools in Class 5 school district? 23, what professional development opportunities are provided to teachers within the Class 5 school district? 24, what support services are available to students from disadvantaged backgrounds in a Class 5 school district? 25, what support services are available to teachers in a Class 5 school district? 26, what policies and practices regarding curriculum, assessment, and instruction are in place that cause undue hardship to students in a Class 5 school district? 27, how are decisions made regarding budget allocation and resource distribution for the Class 5 school district? 28, are there specific initiatives or programs implemented to address the needs of students from low-income backgrounds in a Class 5 school district? 29, how does the Class 5 school district support teacher retention and professional growth? 30, what level of involvement do parents and community members have in a Class 5 school district? 31, are there partnerships with local organizations or businesses to support educational initiatives in a Class 5 school district? 32, how do the Class 5 school district communicate with parents and community stakeholders about school policies and initiatives? 33, are there barriers to parental involvement in the Class 5 school district, particularly among families facing socioeconomic challenges. In conclusion, the questions outlined aim to provide a detailed understanding how the size of a school district may impact student achievement. I urge the committee to consider these questions as a starting point for system change. We owe it to our children to provide an education system that meets their needs regardless of the district size. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I will answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator McKinney at this time?
You're coming.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, he'll be back. He'll be back. Okay, thank you. Are there proponents for LR 439? Any opponents for LR 439? Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Poling, KathyPoehling. I am a teacher and currently serving as the president of the Omaha Education Association. I'm here today to discuss LR 439. Anyone familiar with Omaha knows it ranks among the top 50 most segregated cities in the country. I'm concerned that this study is aimed at breaking apart the Omaha Public School District, and I would be opposed to such an effort. Let me share with you my reasons why I oppose it. Fragmenting the Omaha Public School District could worsen disparities between wealthier and lower income areas, deepening existing inequalities. A unified district can better pool resources to meet the diverse needs of students across socioeconomic backgrounds. Instead of dividing the district, we should focus on effective reforms. Breaking up the district would complicate educational services and increase taxpayer costs to support multiple school districts. There is no clear evidence linking district size to student underachievement. Educational success depends on factors such as resource allocation, teacher support, and targeted interventions for struggling students, not simply on district size. As one of Nebraska's largest districts, OPS offers resources unavailable to others. For instance, we provide high-need students a unique education at JP Lord. OPS offers dual language programs, specialized academies, career pathways, Omaha Virtual School, and many other programs only possible within a large district. OPS benefits from economies scales, allowing us to distribute resources efficiently. Splitting the district would result in smaller districts with fewer resources, reducing their ability to provide specialized programs, extracurricular activities, and equitable student services. Efforts to address student achievement and graduation rates should focus on evidence-based reforms, such as increasing mental health and academic support for students who have experienced trauma, implementing universal preschool, ensuring appropriate class size, and training upcoming teachers to serve a diverse student population. OPS needs targeted support to retrain quality educators, ensure they have the resources to help students thrive. Dividing the district could confuse and alienate parents who are vital partners in improving student achievement. A unified district fosters consistent communication and cohesive community involvement, supporting educational initiatives. Over the past year and a half, I've seen extensive efforts made to enhance the student environment, professional development, and achievement. This year, OPS launched a Science of Reading program to help K-2 teachers improve early reading skills. In fact, OPS has strengthened professional development and training for all staff. OPS has partnered with Harvard to bring instructional rounds to our district, an evidence-based strategy for improving student outcomes. Collaboration within schools has also improved, with 4 late start days added for PLCs. These initiatives take time to yield results, but are vital steps in the right direction. Instead of fragmenting the district, I urge state lawmakers to support these ongoing efforts for a brighter future for all students and staff.
Thank you. Any questions for Kathy Poling?
Yes.
Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Merriman, and thank you very much for being here, Ms. Poling. When you say you partnered with Harvard,
Mhm.
exactly, can you be a little more detailed on partnering with Harvard?
Yes. So I, along with several people from OPS, went to Harvard and did a training on instructional rounds, which they in turn brought back to the district. And we have several schools this year implementing instructional rounds.
I don't know what that is.
So it's similar, if you would think, to what doctors do for rounds. Teachers observe other classrooms, see what students are doing. They find a problem of practice within a school, something they want to work on, set a goal towards achieving, and then they themselves work together within that school to monitor that and give feedback, change what their strategy is. If they need to reevaluate, they use data to reevaluate and assess where they are and what they need to change to achieve that goal.
So teachers went to Harvard and they were trained, and it's like or I can't remember.
Actually, no, they brought instructors here also.
They
So a
brought
group of us went there and could help to maintain the program here in case people have questions or issues arise, but they've also brought individuals from Harvard here.
So are there people that do you have a class of students, or is this what you do now?
I am the president, so I'm full-time release.
Your full-time release?
Mhm.
You're the president of OEA.
Yes.
So you're not in the buildings teaching
No,
or coaching?
no.
Okay. Science of reading, that's connected to the Nebraska Department of Ed, right?
Yes. So our K-2 teachers in CSI schools, all of them are going through the program. I believe it's through UNO to take a class on the science of reading.
CSI, I'm sorry, I don't know what CSI is.
Continuous school improvement.
Okay. So they're working with UNO on the science of reading, which is connected to the federal funding and the state funding that we passed
Correct.
to teach teachers. Okay, thank you. That's very much helpful.
Any other questions? I have one.
Yes.
I assume that's not Harvard, Nebraska.
No.
I'm just kidding. But I do have a serious question.
Yes.
So you went to Harvard, and then they sent coaches or other teachers or someone to help
Principals, school
also,
supervisors,
to
yes.
Omaha. Have you heard about or seen other districts that would be, in other states, it would be similar of size and socioeconomically and similar demographics that have done, you would say, better than OPS? And if so, why? What were the reasons that you would say?
So do you mean because of instructional rounds?
Or
is there-
any of your experiences? Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
That maybe academic performance is better in some other schools that, say in a school with similar size and similar, all the demographics and socioeconomically in another city somewhere in the United States. I guess I'd limit it to the United States, but you could go worldwide too, that have done better. And if so, why? I mean, maybe you haven't had that experience or
So
necessarily seen that. But
while
ahead.
we were at Harvard, we were able to go into a couple of schools in Boston and actually do instructional rounds along with their teachers. And so I was in classrooms there. and saw some of the same things. I think that schools within urban areas have the same struggles that we have. And I think what we really need to focus on is the intense training we're giving to the teachers now. That's very important. Everybody sees progress with that. But some of the issues that we have in urban areas that we don't have in other areas are poverty, homelessness. We have food deserts. We don't have the same access to preschool. So when our students come to school in kindergarten, they're already behind what other students have the access to. And so all of those programs, if you take all of those together, that's going to help our students be more successful.
So the other schools you've seen that similar size and demographics and everything would have similar problems.
Right.
So they probably would have similar performance.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Senator
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Merriman. I think, I'm trying to recall, was there a study done like maybe 10 years ago about teachers' expectations when it comes to lower income kids?
There could have been. I'm not aware of it.
Okay, I think it was, I shouldn't speak to it because I can't, but I do remember it. It was about a teacher's, and you're a teacher, so I'll ask you, your expectations of your students do inform probably outcomes, right?
Definitely. I had high expectations for my students every day. I didn't lower my expectations for any of my students.
And then I'm going to go back. You told me, so you're released, you're not in the classroom. What did you call that?
I'm a full-time release president. So last year was my first year out of the classroom. Prior to that, I taught 5th grade.
But you still get paid,
As the president, yes.
but not by the school district.
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Chair Merman, and thank you. Good to see you again. And I'm had to step out for a minute, so I apologize if this was already covered. But my question in regards to this interim study, and I appreciate what Senator McKinney is trying to do here, but I'm trying to get my head around, is this interim study asking the right question in regards to the right metric? Is it the size and the scope of the school district itself that's most determinative of student success, or is it the size of the classroom? Do we need to perhaps shift our metrics lower, closer to the kids to figure out how to get better outcomes?
There are a lot of studies done on that,
That's
on
kind of-
class size.
Mhm.
There have been, there's no evidence that shows that the size of the district would matter for student outcomes. And a lot of the questions Senator McKinney asked, I could probably answer, easily answer. And some of them would be, you could look online and find them from the district.
Yeah. No, and I thought his questions were fantastic. And I know he is very passionate about this issue, is an unparalleled champion in making sure all kids in Omaha have an opportunity to succeed. I think teachers, administration, leaders, families, kids, everybody wants the same thing, right? Our kids to have a good educational opportunity so they can be successful in life. And we know there's particular challenges in OPS, and there's particular challenges in LPS and for our friends in greater Nebraska as well. So figuring out how we can craft policy solutions to help meet those challenges is important. But the more that I learn about these issues more deeply and think about these issues more deeply as a member of the Education Committee the last couple of years, it just seems to me that so much goes back to class size. And I've seen it in my own personal experience. I've seen it in my kids' experience. Last year to this year, my little boy had 15 kids in his class the first 3 years of school. And now the teacher's got 25 kids in the class and a lot of kids with special needs and no para. That's a huge difference. And I'm talking about 8-year-olds. Imagine 25 8-year-olds, Like, running around. I mean, that's a real life example
I've taught
that
31.
you've taught 31. Wow, that's impossible. I mean, it's just, it's too. Okay, and well, and I'd be interested to hear your feedback too, because
And
I
my
know there's
kids were
other people
very
who feel,
successful.
but I mean, while it's not perhaps impossible, my point in saying that is that I think it's challenging. My heart goes out to the teachers that are trying to teach 31 kids versus 15 kids. And I know teachers are superheroes and rise to the challenge, but it's a different calculation for the amount of time you can give each kid. So if the metric on this was shift to class size instead of district size, would you be more in alignment with where Senator McKinney is headed here? Or maybe that doesn't matter to answer the questions
I
he's
think,
posed.
of course, the size of the classroom matters. It's that individual attention that you can give small groups of students or individual students. The problem is we have a teacher shortage.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
that doesn't matter if you're in a large district or a small district.
Right.
That's an issue across the country. And what we have done at OPS, and I meet with the superintendent often and talk about these very issues. How do we get more teachers in the classroom? And if you look at the trends for OPS, this year we had fewer resignations than we have in several years. We even had teachers who had resigned or retired come back to teaching because we had a pay increase, but we're also looking at different parts of the day that affect teachers. And we continue to meet and continue to look at that. And I think the thing that's changing over this last year and a half is that we are working collaboratively more than ever before. And it's through that partnership that we're identifying issues that teachers are having, and we're having those conversations immediately to fix them. We're not letting them boil over.
Right.
Teachers are starting to see that, and OPS is becoming a place where teachers want to work again. It's a great thing. So I can't say that the size of the district would matter, but yes, class size does matter.
Well, that's helpful, thank you. And that's good to hear for a general update in regards to the connections on teacher shortage, which I know the committee cares deeply about. And we've tried to take some steps forward. And I think it's really refreshing to hear that maybe there's a shift in terms of communication or collaboration between your organization, the union, OPS management, leadership at the school board, new superintendent. It sounds like perhaps there's some reinvigorated relationships there that's making progress, which is great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for
Thank you so
testimony.
much.
Other opponents for LR 439?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Steve Owens, STEVEOWENS, and I'm the president of SEIU Local 226 in Omaha. I represent the dedicated paraeducators, food service workers, secretaries, bus drivers, family service workers, engineers, custodians, truck drivers, and mechanics of the Omaha Public School District and 5 additional districts in the metro area. I'm here to address LR 439 and express my serious concerns. I believe this resolution could have on OPS and the broader community. Many of those I represent are not only employees, but also parents of children attending the schools across this district. OPS offers numerous programs and activities that enrich students' lives, promoting a real sense of community within our schools. And we see it every day, whether it's a shared meal, a simple conversation about a sports game, or the camaraderie at school events. LR 439, however, threatens to unravel this cohesion by dividing OPS into separate divisions. Our schools are not just buildings, they're places where our children come to learn, grow, and connect. Beyond the impact on community, there are other critical considerations. Has there been a thorough analysis of the financial impact of this decision? Who will be responsible for the repayment of the retirement funds that OPS is responsible for? Who will cover the outstanding bonds that are out? And finally, how many hardworking employees stand to lose their jobs? LR 439 as it stands does not support nurturing or building a stronger OPS. While there's always room for improvement, we need to look at the bigger picture and ask, is it truly in our best financial interest, especially in today's economy, to place an additional burden on taxpayers? Parents, students, teachers, staff, and administrators will all be affected by the ripple effects of this decision. We also need to address practical questions. Who will manage this proposed structure? Who will fund it? Who will bear responsibility when a student is unable to attend the school they want to attend? Our schools require proper maintenance and staffing. Will we be hiring more people, or will we be forced into layoffs? What is the full plan? In closing, it may seem easy to propose big changes, but to quote Mike Tyson, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. If LR 439 moves forward, be prepared to face the strong pushback from parents, employees, teachers, and administrators who believe in the importance of a united OPS. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Owens?
No.
If not, appreciate your testimony.
All right. Thank you.
Other opponents? Aye. Go.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Armbeck Hughes, CATHIARMBECK-HUGHES. And I'm here to testify regarding LR 439. What is true? It is true that Omaha Public Schools is the largest school district in Nebraska. Attributing student underachievement to the district size overlooks the dedication and hard work of our teachers, paraprofessionals, administrators, and support staff. Every day, I witness the commitment of these individuals as they strive to meet each student's unique needs and support their academic success. Our challenges are complex and require thoughtful, targeted solutions, ones that account for the unique demographics, needs, and potential within our district. In OPS, educators use every available resource to engage students, but we cannot do this alone. Lower test scores and graduation rates are issues we are actively working on to address, but these numbers do not reflect a lack of dedication. Initiatives like those outlined in LR 440 could be instrumental in driving positive change. This study seeks to examine equitable resource allocations, teacher support systems, and community engagement strategies, all of which are essential for enhancing student achievements. We need increased support from parents, guardians, local businesses, and community members to create a network that will empower our students and provide them with the tools to succeed. OPS students face unique challenges that often compound the learning experience, particularly for those from marginalized backgrounds. For example, schools in the areas like North and South Omaha face higher needs and resource gaps that demand equitable investment. Many of our teachers in these schools are newer and lack the support necessary to navigate challenging classroom environments, which can lead to burnout and turnover. LR 440 focus on examining resource allocations, such as increasing paraprofessional support and assuring cultural responsive materials, is crucial for fostering a more stable and supportive environments that can drive constant improvement for our students and teachers alike. Moreover, it takes a village to support diverse needs of our students, stronger communities, and family partnerships, along with early childhood educational access, would have a transformational impact on student outcomes. Family engagement efforts, such as establishing bilingual family liaisons, could bridge communication gaps, while community school models could further integrate academic, health, and social services into our district. Through these collective efforts, we can address the barriers our students face and provide them with the supportive, inclusive learning environments they deserve. I ask you to support for these efforts. I thank you for your interest in helping our Omaha Public Schools best serve our students and community.
Thank you. Any questions for Kathy? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. So I'm a bit confused because you agree that all these questions that Senator McKinney has put forth are important questions. So why would you be against a study of them?
I just think that we're getting beat up a lot. And to study something that isn't going to help our students seems to me not a good use of time.
Well, and I appreciate very much all of you bringing your testimonies because it's much more helpful if they're also written and you speak to them. But in your fourth paragraph here, and if this is true, this is problematic, and I assume it probably is true or you wouldn't be saying it. For example, schools in areas like North and South Omaha face higher needs and resource gaps. Shouldn't we figure out what those are?
I think we're working on that. I think we are figuring that out.
Well, I don't, how long are we supposed to wait on this?
I think I don't have the answer.
Many of these teachers in these schools are newer and lack the support necessary to navigate challenging classroom environments. That's a problem.
When you have new teachers, they need support. They need veteran teachers around them, and that helps with the burnout and the teacher turnover. And, you know, we can't bring teachers in out of the air. We have to educate them, get them graduated out of college, and get them into schools.
But the problem here is we don't have enough senior, more experienced teachers in those schools, is what you're saying.
Right.
Many of these teachers are newer
Right.
and lack support. So shouldn't we figure out a way that that's not the case? Because I think
I think absolutely.
Okay, so I think Senator McKinney spoke to that. I just think there's a disconnect here because you agree from this that we got a lot of unanswered questions we need to answer. So I don't know why you would disagree. Okay, anyhow, and then early childhood education access. How many of Omaha's, because we have early childhood, we have preschools connected to public schools all across the state of Nebraska. How many of Omaha's elementary schools don't have a preschool for 4 or 3-year-olds?
I teach special ed at the high school level, so I'm not sure
But
about
that's something
that.
we should figure out, right?
Kathy, I'm sure would have that answer for
Okay,
you.
because we need,
Because at the high school level, I don't have colleagues at that. I've been high school for about 20 years. Before that, I was in smaller school districts, but it's all been for the last 20 years, high school.
okay. And then you mentioned in the third paragraph, increased support from parents, guardians, local businesses. What kind of support are you talking about?
Well, I think the more community members, like for instance, our high school has 3 academies. One is health, one is business and entrepreneur, and the other one is design and construction. And we have community partners that are coming into our buildings. And we have these things called lunch and learns, where the union trade guy comes in, kids sign up, he comes in, talks about his trade, talks about the kind of education you need to become a steam fitter, the kind of education you need to be a lawyer, whatever the interest is of the kid, they take their lunch in, they have this presentation. And we believe this is really sparking not only student engagement, but the community comes in and they just love being around our kids. They just love talking to them and finding out what's going on. And so the more of that we can do, I think benefits our students because they can see somebody that's an expert. Because, you know, mom and dad and teachers, we don't know anything. But if the guy comes in from the union hall and talks about the job, then all of a sudden it means something different.
What grades are they interacting with?
9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Has there been any consideration that maybe they should be in junior high, so junior high knows to study when they're freshmen, sophomores? And
I don't know what they do with career exploration at that age, but I know at the high school level, we start giving them every exposure to the areas that they want. And the great thing about high school is you can start doing some of this stuff in business and then realize, I don't really like this. I really kind of like working on a computer. I think graphic design I have more interest in. And so they're not wasting a couple years of 4-year colleges figuring out what they want to do when they really wanted to lay tile.
But we're not discouraging them from looking at 4-year college.
Oh, absolutely not. We have the AP classes, we have college visits, we have all of that. We just added this community piece.
What school are you at?
Benson?
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Kathy? Senator Conrad.
Thank you so much, Chair Merman. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for sharing your experience and your testimony. And I think maybe just to follow up on Senator Linehan's line of questioning here, I'm thinking that perhaps we're all talking past each other just a little bit in regards to this study here, because from my vantage point, I hear your passion and dedication and care for your students and love for your work at OPS, right? I've heard that from other testifiers. And I've also heard an acknowledgement that, yeah, of course there's room for improvement. Yeah, of course we have significant needs. Yeah, we need to figure out how to work together to do that, which actually is the primary goal of Senator McKinney's interim study, right? So I think I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think maybe what Senator Linehan was trying to tease out here was, if everybody agrees that there's so many good things happening at OPS and there's a rich history there, but yes, of course, there's still unique challenges and more work to be done. Like, no one's opposed to that idea, right? Do you want to maybe just clarify kind of how you're interfacing with this particular study, or what your deeper concerns might be about addressing district size in particular?
I think my overall major concern, I'm a special ed teacher. And
thank you for that, by the way. Yes.
And I've done this for 41 years. And I started out in Tilden, Nebraska. If anyone knows where Battle Creek is, and Tilden and Neely, Nebraska. And we started off in a little school, went to a B-size class school. Now I'm at OPS. So I think as far as class sizes and that, I have a good perspective.
Yeah.
But I just don't see this study being what we need.
Okay.
I just don't see it being what we need. I don't see it targeting, I see it targeting things that should not be targeted.
Okay. Okay.
I am so truly concerned with my special needs kids
Yeah.
not being able to get the services that a district this size can provide.
Right.
The ability to get a speech and language pathologist in Nebraska is just so.
Yeah, we hear you 100%. I think we actually had hearings on that together last fall when we saw what was happening in regards to special education needs at OPS and the lack of support services from speech paths. So again, I think we're actually on the same page here. And I appreciate you sharing that additional perspective. For me, when I'm thinking about district size, I'm thinking about a couple of things. On the one hand, the bigger we get, we don't want people to fall through the cracks as we get bigger and bigger and bigger organizations, right? On the other hand, with a large organization, sometimes we can get economies of scale, right? And so trying to just kind of think through the pros and cons for our shared goals, yours, mine, Senator McKinney, Senator Linehan's, everybody's here to figure out how to help OPS kids achieve at their highest potential. Just trying to figure out how the size itself might fit into that metric.
Well, and when you say big and following through the cracks, but we also have a lot more safety nets as one district.
Mm-hmm.
And so the chances of falling through the cracks, there's a couple spots where we can catch. We have kids that we see testing not change. And so we're looking at altering their educational plan and making it more specific. And so you've got different eyes looking at different things.
Great.
So I think there's more safety nets.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks. Thank you.
Any other questions for Kathy? If not, thank you for your testimony. Other opponents for LR 439? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Members of the committee, my name is Faith Johnson, FaithJohnson. I'm here today to share my perspective on LR 439. As a teacher who works in Omaha Public Schools, my firsthand experience makes clear that the size of the district is not a contributing factor to student underachievement. The core issue lies not in the size of Omaha Public Schools, but in the systemic lack of resources and support for our students and educators. Changing the structure of the district will not reduce the class sizes and address the severe teacher shortage that we face. What will make a difference is providing equitable resources, especially for students from marginalized backgrounds, such as students of color, English language learners, and those from low-income families. As an educator, I see firsthand how resource disparities disproportionately affect certain groups of students. Imagine being an English language learner in a room where no one else speaks your language. The sense of isolation is profound, and without proper language support and access to dedicated counselors and mental health services, these students struggle to reach their full potential. The achievement gap will not close by altering the structure of our district. It requires targeted investments in classroom support staff, special education, and consistent communication with families. Expanding access to high-quality pre-kindergarten and preschool programs would also set a stronger foundation for all students, helping bridge the gaps before they are even starting school. Fragmenting Omaha Public Schools would bring significant challenges to our community. Many neighborhood schools, such as my own, are already operating at or above capacity, and splitting the district would only exacerbate these challenges. Families who rely on local schools may not have access to transportation to seek alternatives, which is amplifying these inequities. The proposed division would also increase administrative bureaucracy, diverting valuable resources away from classrooms and to support multiple district administrations, which is also fiscally unsound. To truly make strides in student achievement, we must prioritize reforms that focus on strengthening our existing support systems. More community schools that offer after-school programs and health services would provide stability for our families. Enhanced measures to reduce teacher turnover are vital to ensuring students receive the attention and quality instruction they deserve. It is only by addressing these core issues, not by altering district boundaries, that we will see genuine, lasting improvements in student outcomes. Equity of opportunity is a basic right for students. That is not enough for us. We are focused on equity of outcomes. Your support for our students, educators, and school district is crucial for the success of the children that I and my colleagues teach. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions if you've got them.
Thank you. Any questions for Faith? Yes, Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. So what school are you at?
Nathan Hale.
I'm sorry,
Nathan Hale.
and that's in North Omaha, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been there?
This is my 9th year at that school.
So what resources are you missing that you need?
At my school, but I'm not speaking just for my school. Understand that. My colleague also spoke on this as far as special education. We are underserved in our special education department, and that is across my district and across the nation, actually. So that definitely is something that is hindering some of our students.
So it's my understanding, and I don't have notes, so I might not be wrong, and please correct me if I am, that there are several teachers with special education certificates employed by OPS, but they're not willing to work in special ed.
I honestly do not know how, I wouldn't have that number on me, but perhaps Kathy.
Do you think there's a reason that even though I would be a teacher and have a special ed endorsement, I wouldn't be willing to do special ed?
As of right now, from the firsthand knowledge that I have, the caseload is astronomical. The paperwork is overwhelming. The lack of ability to actually see and spend time, quality time with their students on their caseload. And that's just to name a few.
So don't you think it'd be worthwhile to study that and see if we can make improvements?
If you want to study the things that Senator McKinney has brought forward, please set foot in my classroom. Set foot in any of my colleagues' classrooms. Please call my president of the OEA and ask her to set up some appointments to go and sit and see, witness all of the things. In order to study, in my opinion, we don't need to spend any money because that would cost money that we don't need. And I am very much sitting in favor with my colleague from SEIU, who is who's going to pay back our retirement fund that is lacking, as I sat on that board before as well. I would like you to call and set up appointments. And again, start with my room, because I have 2. I teach in 2 classrooms. I have 10 classes, and I welcome anyone to come and see all of the things that I am doing. Now, I am just one teacher, and there are other teachers who may be experiencing things a little differently than I do. There are definitely teachers who do things differently than I do. But please, I welcome you to firsthand. Don't shell out money to some company or some other entity to study our district. Come out to our classrooms. Come see us.
I haven't known the legislature just shell out money to other people to investigate. We do that with our own staff. Maybe we have, but we'd have to have an appropriation, which I don't seem very likely. Do you know how many of the elementary schools in Omaha have a pre-kindergarten program now?
I am not aware of the number. No, I don't have that number.
Do you have them at your school?
I am a middle school, so no.
Okay. Well, that would be worth finding out, don't you think? We knew how many preschools we had, where we're short and where we're not.
I bet that would be easily found by asking maybe my superintendent.
Yeah. So that study wouldn't cost much. Okay. Thank you for being here.
No problem.
Any other questions, Senator Conrad?
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Ms. Johnson, and for your commitment to our kids and to public education. Your passion and experience is evident. And I know Senator Linehan and other members of the committee have spent a lot of time in OPS schools and schools in their district, but it's always good to get back and get a refresher there. So we might take you up on that invitation, and we'll coordinate with
I'm there
everybody.
every day.
Yes,
except
I
for
know you
today.
are. Yes, I know you are. Yeah. One thing that you talked about in your testimony that I hadn't thought much about until you brought up this really smart point, because it's something that the committee has been really worried about as we look at educational policy over the last couple of years. And that you mentioned kind of redundancies in administration if there were to be a shift in district size, which I think is important to bring up. And on the flip side of that coin, we've been thinking like, oh my gosh, is OPS and LPS and some of our larger school districts, are they a little too bureaucratic heavy? And on the flip side of that, in some of our smaller districts, do they really need all of those levels of bureaucracy as well? Or can we get some economies of scale there to maybe get more resources into the classroom and instead of stuck in administration? So I was really glad that you brought that point up, and I think it's something that really resonates with this committee to try and kind of sort out there.
I can appreciate that.
The other thing is that I'm just kind of hearing as a common thread here, and maybe it's worth just putting it on the table because we're all adults and we can all handle it. But I think that there was a lot of legal, policy, practical questions that came with Senator Chambers' efforts to break up OPS and to try and address some disparities and get a little bit more accountability. And it's caused some scar tissue, I think, for our state in terms of educational policy. And some of the defensiveness I'm hearing about Senator McKinney's interim study, perhaps, I think is maybe rooted in that experience or a little bit of that scar tissue, it feels like today to me a little bit. And then the other just kind of general through line that I'm hearing from you and other frontline teachers and stakeholders at OPS is deep concerns about what happens with the pension, what happens with the current solvency of that. How do we fix that if we move around the administrative charts in the districts? And I really appreciate you lifting that up, because I think that's a huge issue that OPS is going to have to continue to work on. And the state has looked at it and provided some support, but it's a pretty big liability that's out there. So I'm really grateful you lifted the connections to bureaucracy or bureaucratic bloat and the retirement piece into this as well.
I sat on the OSER's board for the last,
Is that right?
5 pre-pandemic, maybe
Okay.
6 years, up until the change just transferred down here.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Any other questions? I just have one. I think it's very similar to Senator Conrad's question there. I'm hearing that what we really need to do is get more resources to students and frontline teachers. Maybe not so much concentrate so much on studies, or I don't want to put you on the spot or get you in trouble with maybe even administration.
My administrator, he knows how I am, so go ahead, sir, please.
But that's what I'm hearing. Am I hearing it correctly?
Yes, that's really what we're all asking for. We're screaming it. Teachers in my district are screaming that they need more. What we don't need, I don't need any more professional development. And I am also, it did get brought up earlier, so it's not just the K2 teachers that are able to do the science of reading cohort. I have been inducted into that as well. Not inducted is probably the wrong word, but I'm actually going to be participating in that as well. So as a middle school teacher, I don't know how many others, but I do know that it was opened up to some other people. I don't need more professional development. I love to learn. I'm a lifelong learner. I am going back to school. That's me. And there's not as many of me out there, but What I can say is that I don't need to sit in a meeting and have somebody tell me what to do, how to do it, give me a new piece of curriculum and say, this is what we're using. I don't need more of that. My colleagues don't need more of that. We need more paraprofessionals in our classrooms where teachers are being hit and bit in things. We are needing more resources for those kids who are, again, not able to get that preschool schooling because it's not available in their area. We need those things. And those pieces will only trickle down or up, however way you're looking at it, through the system to make my job a little easier when I get a 7th grader who cannot read very well or on grade level. Class size, we've been saying this, it's a very common thread. Again, a study is not going to change, or again, splitting up our district will not change the fact that we still have a teacher shortage. My OEA president has stated that yes, our district we are open-armingly welcoming more and more teachers back to our district, which is great. However, it does not change the fact that across this nation, forget just our state, but the whole nation is experiencing this massive problem. So splitting us up doesn't change that. There are class size. Again, I currently have one class that has 40 kids in it. And I'm not the only one. There are a few other teachers out there that have 40 or more in a classroom. So teaching 30 plus children is not impossible. It's just improbable. I can teach 40 children. Is it the best situation? Not at all. However, we do it. Myself and my colleagues, we do it every day because we have that passion. We are here for the outcome. The outcome is to produce citizens and people who are out there doing wonderful things. And I take great pride in telling all of my friends, because I spend a lot of time in other cities such as Atlanta where they have large school districts, and I take very good pride when I am out of town saying I teach for the largest school district in the state of Nebraska. And breaking that up, that hurts my pride just a little bit. So I really want you to consider those things, the things that teachers are asking for. We don't need studies. We need you to hear us with the things that we need. Put money into mental health services. Our students, I have never sent more children to the counselor on a daily basis. My babies are going through things that I cannot comprehend because I didn't have to deal with it. You maybe didn't have to deal with it. We are asking for you to put those efforts, you want to study, look at how many of our students are seeing the community counselors or don't have access to them because the community counselor in their building is full and there's a wait list. They need access to those things, those mental health services that are in their communities. So that's what we need.
Thank you. Just quickly, could you remind me what age group you teach or what age group is in most need of the health or not the health, but the mental health?
I will
services?
absolutely answer that, sir. The age group that needs the most help is all of them. We're going to start with the little ones. Those little babies are going through things too. It was brought up even by earlier by another person in another on another issue. These children have family issues that, again, we don't know everything about. I'm the classroom teacher and I might know a snippet of it. We're going to start with the babies and all the way up through high school. Those children need help. They need assistance. And again, I don't know because I'm not a counselor in my building or in my district, but I do know that the amount of children who are experiencing thoughts of suicide and things, they need help from the gambit. Okay, and the age group that I teach, sir, is middle school. So I am with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders all day long, every day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Ms. Johnson? Yes, Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman. Are you saying you don't think the reading program, the new science of reading program is, you don't think teachers want to do that?
Oh, no, I didn't say that they wouldn't want to do that. I'm just, that particular program, again, I don't know as much about it yet, because again, I just signed up for it as something else. Again, I love to learn, so I'm going to do it. But it's an opportunity that my district has provided us, and those of us that are wanting to do it, because again, it's not mandatory. It's an if you want to do it. So it's an opportunity that is there. What I'm saying is that nobody in our district or anywhere needs someone saying, okay, time for a meeting. Here's what we're going to talk about now. I'm going to even speak for principals. They don't need it either. We have enough on our plates with, okay, let's just all these meetings, all these things like that.
I get the extra meetings and
Yes.
repeating the same thing
But-
year after year. And there are people looking at that, because there has been people, I think, but I think on the reading program, that's being funded by state and federal dollars.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, it's an opportunity being offered with our state funding. But again, Kathy is working very closely with my superintendent on that. Because I'm always in a classroom. So, but again, it's an opportunity that's there. Opportunities that are available to us, that for us teachers who want to get that extra, great, we will take it. But we don't want us to just be in a meeting, okay, this is what we're doing, this is the next thing.
I got that. I understand that.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Other opponents for LR 439?
All right. Good afternoon. I am Lee Perez, Leeperez. I'm a teacher in the Omaha Public Schools, and I was honored to be named Nebraska's 2022 Teacher of the Year. LR 439 aims to assess whether the size of Nebraska's only Class 5 school district, the Omaha Public Schools, has played a role in student underachievement. I appreciate Senator McKinney's commitment to exploring all avenues to enhance student academic achievement and improve outcomes for students in the large urban school district. However, I have concerns about any proposal that might seek to divide the district, as it may not achieve the desired improvements. First, dividing the district could unintentionally deepen disparities between wealthier and low-income communities, potentially widening existing inequalities. A unified school district structure enables a more effective pooling of resources, benefiting students from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds. This approach is essentially critical for English language learners, or ELLs, which constitute 23% of the student population. Splitting the district could introduce challenges for refugee parents who are key partners in student success. Second, it's essential to recognize that relying solely on test scores to measure a district's success is insufficient. OPS makes a meaningful impact every day on its ELL and marginalized communities. As an ESL teacher, I witnessed the progress students achieve in my classroom and firsthand positive impacts of existing programs. Test scores alone cannot capture the depth and breadth of this work. Language expert Dr. Stephen Krashen emphasizes invalid and unreliable tests are worse than useless. They are frustrating and humiliating for children who find them incomprehensible. They are demoralizing to teachers who know that they and their students are being judged unfairly. What's more, they generate misinformation. Using inaccurate data to make high-stakes decisions about schools is not only pointless, but also potentially damaging to programs that are working well. In conclusion, while addressing student underachievement is critical, dividing the Omaha Public Schools district may not be the best approach. Instead, effort should focus on strengthening resource allocation, enhancing teacher support, and implementing targeted interventions to uplift all students. A unified OPS can better serve its diverse student population by maintaining a consistent and cohesive educational approach. By building on current programs and continuing to support all students and families, we can achieve more meaningful and lasting progress. I'd like to thank state lawmakers and Senator McKinney in particular for their interest in working with educators in the district to ensure we are providing all of our students with the best education possible. And with that, I would be happy to field any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Perez? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Members. if test scores are a bad way to judge what's going on, what's a good way to judge what's going on?
Well, data. Dr. Stephen Krashen has over 3 decades of experience in this area, and not just in the United States and in the world. And he's basically saying that using test scores to judge the validity of a school district is literally misinformation. And in this case, what he's trying to say is if you were going to use test scores to measure a district's progress, it doesn't work like that. Testing, Dr. Krashen specifically states in his research, and I looked at it extensively because I have my master's in TESOL, he basically says you need to use testing data to basically push instruction, not to sanction schools or school districts or label them low performing.
Okay, so I get that. And I agree that we should measure growth. I think that's absolutely important. Would you agree that we should measure growth?
Absolutely. But let me ask you a question. If you were to move to Japan right now.
You don't get to ask questions.
Oh.
Sorry, but you can put it in a statement.
If you moved to Japan right now, how long do you think it would take you to learn social and academic language? What time frame would you give me?
That's a very good statement. But if we don't use test scores, or we use them to use data to improve education, improve what we're doing. I mean, everybody uses data successful people use data to improve what they're doing. But my question was, I'm not arguing with you on test scores. My question is, what things do you think people should use to judge whether a district is being successful or not? If it's not test scores, what is it?
I mean, that's a very good question. I don't think we'd all be sitting here if that was the case. But again, I'm going to go back to my point. They generate misinformation. So I'm going to give you some language facts that you need to understand, because as of February 5th of 2024, English learners account, because here's the thing, you can do this study if you want to, but there is no way that this study can be conducted without English language learners. And I wouldn't even argue they're a subgroup. They are a group within the Omaha Public Schools. So let me give you some unequivocal facts, okay?
You understand I'm not arguing with you.
I'm not. I'm just giving you the hard facts, because whether you do this study or not, ELLs are going to come up in this. So almost 11,700 students are in the program. That is an increase of 900 or more from 2024 to 2023. It makes up 24% of all students. Moreover, if you include students who used to be a part of the program, which are labeled long-term English language learners, LTEL, it is 42% of the student population. And that data was pulled from February. So my point is this: at this point, those numbers are low. So basically, if you think about it, if you include LTELs in this, that's almost 50% of the district population. So it basically breaks down like this. When students in high school take the ACT, the pre-ACT, when all kids PK-12 take the English language proficiency assessment for the 21st century summative language assessment in the areas of reading, writing, speaking, and listening, all those scores are factored into the AQuest School Improvement Program. So let me just give you a snapshot of what that would look like. Let's just say I get a student from Afghanistan, okay, who has no formal schooling. Did you know it's legal to go to school in Afghanistan in some provinces? And even if the Taliban does allow the child to go to school, they're only permitted, these are female students based on gender, they're only permitted to go to school up to 6th grade. So I've gotten students before that haven't been in school at all, or they have a 4-year gap between their education. They're called SLIFE students, students with limited interrupted formal education. And then they come to me and then they sit in front of a test and they have to take 4 tests, and then we can't help them. So all of a sudden they just sit there, they get a 0, and that goes towards school improvement. Yeah. But when 50% of the population is either ELL or former ELL or LTEL, that is a problem. Let me read you, just to give you some context on this, let me read you a study that was conducted called Spotlight on Long-Term English Language Learners, Characteristics and Prior Schooling Experience of an Invisible Population. This research study was conducted in New York City in October of 2012. And in the research study, it was a qualitative research study, and it says, and I quote, "Standardized tests are another obstacle of long-term English language learners, LTELs, face in school. All high school students in New York are required to pass a set of 5 Regents exams to graduate from high school. Not surprisingly, the English Regents exam is a great challenge for LTELs. The majority of LTELs have also failed the global history exam, and many students have taken the test numerous times. The Math A Regent exam has proven to be the most difficult for participants as well. Only about half of those who have taken the exam have passed." So I guess my point is this. When you factor in, and let me be clear on this. These students are very good. They're very humble. They're a great population to teach. But again, it takes 7 to 12 years to learn and master language. 3 to 5 to learn social, and 5 to 7 to learn academic. Academic language is the language to be successful in school. So when you look at the data, whether it's 24% of the district population or 42 to 50% of the population, it takes time to learn and master language to be successful in these standardized tests. And in addition, splitting up a district is not going to magically make years of language acquisition research just become nullified. It's just not going to happen. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that regardless of what kind of research study you do, even if you did hypothetically break up the Omaha Public Schools in 3 separate districts, you're still going to have a large English language learner population there. We are facing a housing crisis right now. As of June of last year, we were getting over 2,000 families a month in Omaha, Nebraska. Those families are being diverted into several schools within the Omaha Public Schools, specifically North Omaha. Yes.
I've got a question and excuse my ignorance, but are these tests only these achievement tests? And I know there's more than one, but are they only available in English?
Yes. No, they're completely unfair. They're completely biased. Again, like I said, last year I got 10 students that came specifically from Nicaragua and Ecuador. They spoke no English. 9 out of the 10 had no formal education at all. One of them had 1 year of schooling. Many of them are illiterate in L1, which is their native language, and they had to take the ELPA 21 assessment. To no one's surprise, they didn't score very well, and those scores factored into school improvement plans.
So I realize at least most, or probably some colleges don't accept or only accept certain tests, of course, for entrance or for scholarships.
Right. This test specifically is to test language proficiency in the areas of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. But basically, so if they take all 4 tests and they pass all 4 tests, they are basically not classified ESL no more. They exited ESL services. But again, I just read a qualitative study that said even LTELs, long-term ELLs, even after they've served in a program, still struggle with academic language, which again, according to Dr. Stephen Krashen, who is again an expert in the world in the area of linguistics, language education, and second language acquisition, says that they are still going to continue to struggle on standardized testing, regardless of how much schooling they've had.
But for instance, the ACT or the SAT are not even available in other languages.
No, they're not. The only accommodation they get is a dictionary. And again, the dictionary is in English. It's not in their L1.
Okay. Senator Conrad.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I just wanted to provide one point of clarity, perhaps, because I know that this is an ongoing topic that can be kind of confusing, is that like, I'm hearing some feedback, don't conduct a study. Actually, like, this is the study. So like, just in terms of the process piece, and I think Senator Linehan had mentioned that before, unless Senator McKinney or somebody else would bring forward an actual bill in 2025 that says, let's hire a consultant to study X, Y, and Z, and the full ledge would have to pass that through multiple rounds of debate. Like, I think that's just from like a technical clarity perspective, something very different than what we're doing here today. And I know you've been before the committee many times and your organization's very sophisticated, but in terms of like this interim study, it's really meant to glean all perspectives, to figure out what's going on with a particular issue, and then see if we need other legislation or additional study or consultants or what have you. This is really just that like initial information gathering that a senator is bringing forward to the committee of jurisdiction to say, hey, I think this might be something that we need to take a peek at. So I just wanted to provide clarity on that technical.
And I understand that. And I'm just here to provide my expertise on this. And I will say, regardless of what study is conducted, English language learners are going to be a huge part of that study.
And you've been really clear in providing your expertise and context for one metric, which is results on a standardized test, right? And trying to contextualize that. And I appreciate that. And I don't think the committee has any disagreement with your assessment on how to utilize that information as one data point in our work. And we know that it has pros and cons to it, just like other tools and other pieces of data. So I really appreciate you sharing that as well. But then let me go beyond this just a little bit, because even once you contextualize the test scores, or you look at other data points to kind of figure out what's going on and enhance your understanding of the situation beyond the test scores, we know that there are disparities in student achievement in OPS and in other schools, right? So even once we contextualize that, or once we look beyond things, what I take away, knowing Senator McKinney and his work, probably what he's trying to figure out through this study is how do we close those achievement gaps, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Which is the same thing you want, which is the same thing I want, and Senator McKinney and Senator Linehan and Senator Merman wants. And so I don't want us to get stuck talking past each other on some of those technical aspects, but I want to try and help us maybe go back to like the heart of the study, which is if we know kids are falling behind because they don't have pre-K, they don't have access to mental health services or special education services, if we know class sizes are too big, or we can't recruit and retain top teachers.
Right.
At the heart of Senator McKinney's work, and I think this interim study, is how do we close those gaps, trying to figure that out. And maybe district size is part of it, maybe it's not.
Well,
I think that's what's before us here. So it feels like we're maybe just, again, talking past each other a little bit, when I think we actually.
If I may, and I appreciate all of you that do the work on this committee. I've been here multiple times.
Yes.
It's good to see you all, and you all ask me very good questions. But let me give you another quote from a study that was done in 1993 when they were considering breaking up the Los Angeles Unified School District, which again has a very large population, and specifically a large immigrant, migrant, and refugee population. In a sub-district that was smaller called the Lenox School District, a 5,800 student school system located in a poor immigrant community near Los Angeles International Airport, often is cited as an example of a small urban district that works, because they were doing a correlation to see, hey, is smaller really better than LA Unified School District? And so the superintendent at the time, Dr. Moffitt, says, and I quote, "I think size is a factor to a certain point, especially when money gets tight," Moffitt said. "We're small enough that we know how hard everybody in the district is working. It's not easy to point fingers, as often it is in bigger districts where the role of each employee is not always clear," he said. But Moffitt, however, like breakup opponents, contends that many of Lenox school district successes could be achieved in a larger school district, especially if individual schools staffed with well-trained principals and teachers are given more autonomy. So again, my point is I'm not questioning the study. All the right questions are being asked, but the method, I have some concerns with the method, and I would be more than willing to meet with Senator McKinney and anybody on this education committee to give you the data that I have compiled with almost 2 decades of teaching experience with not only pre-K ELLs, but adult ESLs and TESOL. So thank you.
No, I think that last point was actually really helpful to kind of understanding what's at the heart here. But
because LA Unified is one of the largest districts in the United States. So
okay, thanks so much.
Any other questions, Mr. Perez? If not, thanks.
Thank you.
For testimony. Other opponents for LR 439? Any neutral testifiers for LR 439?
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Very well.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Matthew Ray, Matthew Ray, and I'm honored to speak before you today as both a staff member of the Omaha Public Schools and the proud parent of 3 OPS graduates. I have seen firsthand the incredible opportunities that OPS provides. My children benefited from a variety of programs that allowed them to graduate with enough credits to start college as sophomores. While I celebrate these successes, I recognize that not every student has had those same experiences yet. Today, I want to discuss how the size of our district interacts with various factors affecting student achievement and emphasize our commitment to serving every student. The Omaha Public Schools is the largest district in Nebraska, serving a diverse population of over 52,000 students who speak about 119 languages. It changes every day. This diversity enriches our district. In line with LR 439, we prepared a packet of information to engage with the questions raised about district size and its impact on student achievement. The packet we shared includes data available to the public. It is gathered from school districts across Nebraska, published by the National Center for Education Statistics and the Nebraska Department of Education. As we examine this issue, it's crucial to remember that many factors influence student outcomes. Research shows that diversity, poverty, which includes frequent changes in residence, nutrition challenges, and high classroom concentrations of families who are experiencing the challenge of poverty. Family education attainment and other variables are well documented contributors to the achievement gap we see not only in our state, but across the country. Our research team analyzed various studies on the size of school districts and their effect on achievement. The data does not show a consistent or conclusive relationship. However, it clearly indicates the significant correlation between poverty and achievement, a pattern we observe both in Nebraska and nationally. As we strive to improve daily, we embrace every opportunity to address the achievement gap. We are committed to transparency, having made our performance data available online for everyone to review. On behalf of our district, thank you for your service. I hope you find this information helpful. We remain ready and eager to provide you with any additional information you might need to further improve the education of our students and all students across Nebraska. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ray? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it greatly. I think Senator McKinney is trying here. I think he knows that poverty is an issue and it's something we have to work on. And I think his questions are we addressing it correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing everything we can to try and move the needle? And I would think that would be a positive for OPS to see if we're, no?
So what's the question? I'm sorry.
I don't understand the pushback on the questions in his.
The questions are fine questions, and I've provided answers to them.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that the evidence that we've collected says the size has no relationship to the student achievement.
Okay, so you're just saying all of his questions are answered in his
Yes.
package?
Yes.
Okay, I did not understand.
I do have answers for some of your other questions, if that's helpful.
You most certainly may answer any of my other questions.
We have 76 early childhood classrooms.
Okay.
33 that are located specifically in North Omaha. We have
Okay, 76 total.
so 76 early childhood classrooms, 33 in North Omaha.
How many elementary schools in North Omaha?
How many? I don't have specific school
Okay,
breakdown,
okay, all right,
but we can provide it though.
okay.
196 staff members who have a special education endorsement who do not teach special education. That includes any administrator that has a special education endorsement or supervisors in the special education field. And since the summer, we do have a special education teacher in every building in the Omaha Public Schools.
Very good, thank you. So how many 4-year-olds don't have access? This is just for, because here's what, full disclosure, I look at our student population across the state,
Mhm.
and you look at preschoolers, and they're not that much fewer than kindergartners. So we're taking care of a lot of kids.
Mhm.
But I don't know where those kids we're taking care of are. And I know some school districts were taking care of 3 and 4-year-olds. Well, some are just doing 4-year-olds
Right.
and won't. So it seems like there's quite a bit of discrepancy across the state of what we're doing with preschools, and maybe even in a school district.
So we serve 3 and 4-year-olds. The number of classrooms have gone down because during the staffing shortage, we needed them in kindergarten. So we have space, we have a willingness to take more, have more early childhood classrooms. At this point, we don't have staff.
Okay, so it's not, I mean, resources are always, but you would have the resources, but you can't find the people.
Correct.
Okay, so have you thought about, it's better to have as many 4-year-olds as we can versus having 3 and 4-year-olds?
Yes, we've thought about that. We've thought about the length of the day, how many are in a building, the hours. Is there different start time and end times for students? We've thought of only the 4-year-olds, but there's 3-year-olds that need even 2 years of early childhood too.
Well, and you're gonna have special ed kids that you have to take care
Correct.
of. So do you have any guess of how many 4-year-olds you're getting to before kindergarten?
No, I wouldn't. If I can get it, I just would hate to guess that.
Okay, because I do think, it seems to me that we have inconsistencies with these programs that should be, somebody should figure out how to fix.
When I think of about 10, well, maybe it's been 15 years ago, the Omaha Public Schools had some schools that had all-day kindergarten and some schools that had half-day kindergarten. And it took us a while to get to this idea of a comprehensive all-day kindergarten program. And I think that's what we're trying, that's the goal of early childhood, but we're just not there.
So I'm on a different committee that's doing a study about early childhood.
Mhm.
And it seems to me we spend a lot of money on studying it. But a lot of that money is not getting to taking care of kids. And you shouldn't probably comment on that.
Thank you for saving myself.
It's just that we don't, now are all your preschool teachers, they're certified teachers?
Yes,
But you have other people helping, don't you?
yes, Paris.
Paris, okay.
And to be clear, the early childhood classrooms, preschool is a different, that's not necessarily a certificated. We don't necessarily have that many preschools. These are early childhood classrooms.
Okay, can you tell me the difference?
There's a curriculum base to it. There's a certified teacher in the classroom. It goes through, I forget what rules at Rule 20. It goes through a process.
So those yours are all that?
Yes.
You're not what?
You're not what?
You said we are this, but we're not.
So when I think of a preschool, I think of something, and nothing against preschools in any sort of
Well,
way.
we're gonna have to have somebody take care of the babies, so we're gonna.
Right,
increase
100%. There's neighborhood preschools.
Right.
There's a lot of good preschools, but it's not necessarily connected to the school district.
Right, but there are a lot of them that are connected to school districts. Okay, what am I supposed to call them? 4-year-olds are in what?
The early childhood classrooms.
Okay, and they go half day though.
No, they go all day.
So you have 4-year-olds and some 3-year-olds all day.
Correct.
So if I drop my second grader off, I can also drop my 3-year-old off.
In some schools, because they're not in every school.
Okay, who decides which is what?
Which school has them? It's based on what space is available, or there's existing classrooms, the need. There's a lot of factors in it connected to what's happening in the school. Is there an early childhood program that's already connected, like through Educare? So there's a lot of factors in it.
Shouldn't it be factored on where we need them the most?
And we have the 33 classrooms, and we need them everywhere.
Okay. All right, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
I have a question that we've talked a lot about, the teacher shortage. Is that just overall, do you know if that's improving in OPS and how much? I think I've heard it's improved in the last year. But
It has. We have about 170 more teachers than we anticipated. So.
I didn't hear what you said.
170 more teachers than we anticipated. So that's
Good.
through, as Kathy Pulling mentioned, it's through fewer retirees, some retirees pulling their retirement papers and new hires. So it's
If I
this
remember
slow turn.
Like last year, you were 900 short or 700, I'm not sure, something like that.
It's probably
but it's
the year
improved.
right after COVID.
Yeah, so you don't know about how much short you are now? No
Well,
guess?
I'd say roughly 150 to 200.
No, okay, well, that's a huge improvement.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Any other questions? If not, thanks. for
Thank you.
listening.
Thanks for this info.
Any other, I think we're on neutral. Yeah, neutral testifiers. If not, Senator McKinney, welcome to close.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I just want to start by thanking everyone that came to testify, but I do want to clarify some things. Number one, when I started working on LR 439 and when the genesis of me introducing this was never with the end goal to split the school district. Because the reality is, it would never happen. Even if a bill was introduced, it wouldn't pass in this legislature. So why even attempt to do that? The purpose of this study was to just try to get a better understanding and just check off boxes, as many boxes as possible about what is going on and why are kids, period, but especially kids that look like me, why have they been historically failed by the school district? That is my purpose. So I'll continue to introduce things to check off every box possible to try to figure out what is the issue. That is my purpose. Seriously, I don't want to take people jobs. I don't want to split the district. It's never my purpose. If the OEA was going to come, you could have came and answered the questions like the school district did. It's just, and that's what frustrates me, because we can have honest conversations, but nobody wants to have honest conversations. You want to make it seem like there's this scary boogeyman coming when it's just me, and I'm an honest person. Ask anybody, come talk to me. They never called and asked me, Senator McKinney, why did you introduce this LR? Are you trying to divide the school district? I would have answered the question on the phone. No, I'm not. I'm never going to introduce a bill. Never had the thought. Seriously, I would have. Never had the thought, and I'm not. I don't want to, because it's impossible. I know it's not going to happen. It's just really frustrating. But 30 plus years of kids being undereducated. I'm sitting here looking at these questions and I'm like, one, how can you oppose answering just questions about what is the total student population of a class 5 school district? How many schools are in the district? What is the student teacher ratio? It's just mind boggling that people would oppose answering these questions because supposedly I want to split the district. I don't. I swear, sometimes maybe I need to check on my mental health after listening to some of that testimony, just to be honest. The expectations have been lowered because right now in this school district, a kid could graduate high school averaging a D-, and everybody knows it. How are we preparing them for the future? And then wonder why these kids, when they graduate high school, they end up on the news and they end up in this pen down the street. That's who I'm thinking about. Those are the people I think about when I think about these things and these topics, because I grew up in this community. I work with these kids. I work with kids in high school. I work with kids in elementary. I'm the one these parents are calling when they got issues. And the kids still call me after they graduate high school, asking for advice and things like that. Just was talking to a kid earlier today, even when they still need help on just life things. So to act as if I don't care or like I don't understand what's going on in my community is crazy. I got nieces and nephews. I have little cousins. Yes, it is a systemic issue, but the education system is a system as well. And it's clear evidence that the education system hasn't worked for kids in North Omaha or South Omaha. And yes, I know standardized tests are very biased and racist in origin. I know that. But don't sit up here and say, I'm wrong for putting that in here when you're not coming up here and saying the school district that I serve in shouldn't even administer them. When you know they're biased, say that. Why are we still having them take those tests when there's clear evidence that they're biased? Because if I introduce a bill next year to say end all standardized tests in a class 5 school district, I hope you show up in support of it, but I doubt it. Sometimes I just get frustrated because it's like the problem is the system and the people in the systems. And that's the issue. But I'm a crazy person. And I just want these questions answered or asked. And I'm glad the district answered the questions. Like, I really respect it. Like, Superintendent Ray has been super cordial. He's been responsive. Anytime I've asked a question or it's been an issue, he responded to me and responded to the questions, and they've answered the questions. That's all I asked was just, can we get the questions answered? So then when I do sit with my staff and, if I make it past Tuesday, when we start working on bills, I could think of something comprehensive to try to address the achievement gap and try to address the issues in a thoughtful manner. That's the purpose of interim studies, is to get information so we could craft legislation the best way possible to address the issues. Not come in opposition because you don't want to make a phone call to say, hey, why did you introduce this? When not one time in this does it say, or even in my opening, did I say I wanted to divide the district. I don't want to. I know it's impossible. I don't want to. Somebody tried to do that and it was unsuccessful. Then they created the learning community. But it's just crazy. But I answer any questions.
Any questions for Senator McKinney? Senator Wallace?
I have a couple questions for you, Senator McKinney. First of all, thank you very much for introducing this. I guess for me, I may have thought that that's kind of the direction that you were going just because of the title and how 439 was the interim study. I can't even think of a word for it. How it was, just what you said about it. That whether or not the size of school districts has contributed to, it kind of made me feel like, well, maybe, this is an effort to look at breaking it up. So just so you know, that's my first look at that. It's like, well, maybe this is what we're talking about.
But in fairness, though, I think it is when you got clear data of kids being undereducated for my lifetime, I think every question in the book should be asked. And people, and not you, but think people shouldn't be offended. I think we should be able to have honest conversations to find solutions.
Yeah, and I think we all realize that now that you've said that, this is something that we're checking off. This is something that we want to make sure is not part of the issue. It's a check off. So I appreciate that. Again, I think that this was a very good hearing. I am so glad that it brought out teachers and administrators and people who care about the kids in Omaha. And we got some really, really good information and really good answers already on some of those questions that you asked in that study. I think the answers are in that audience and we're in that chair. So I appreciate the fact that you were able to bring that out with this study.
Yeah, and I think my job is to push those buttons so we can get solutions and change for our kids.
Well, thank you for pushing that button because I think we got a lot of good information from experts and firsthand information from people who are actually working and doing the job.
Thank you, Senator Conrad.
Yeah, and I agree with what Senator Wall said, and thanks, Chair Merman and Senator McKinney. I mean, my takeaway from this hearing is, and help me understand if this perhaps is your perspective, is that the status quo isn't working. And the status quo particularly isn't working for some kids, where we see socioeconomic and we see racial disparities, et cetera. Maybe it's test scores, maybe it's graduation rates, maybe it's incarceration rates. So we have to disrupt the status quo to figure out a better way, right?
Exactly. And I said in my opening, it's just not the education system.
Right.
If I make it past Tuesday, I'm coming after every system that I feel like impacts the kids that represent in my community. So child welfare, criminal justice, juvenile justice. Like I'm an equal opportunity accountability person here. So that's all I'm doing.
Right. No, and you're always an excellent advocate for your district, and, you know, kudos to anybody who's upright 4 days before an election. We've all been there. That is such a stressful, Senator Sanders, we're looking at all of you. Yes. Yeah. But I think your point is well taken though, Senator, is, you know, if OPS and if Omaha isn't thriving, that hurts all of Nebraska and vice versa, right? When rural Nebraska is hurting, that hurts Omaha, right? Our society, our community, our economy is interlocked. Our test scores are statewide and then also on the district level, right? Like our quality of life is just, it's intertwined here. So to figure out how we can better serve the unique needs of our largest district, you know, is important to the health of Nebraska. And we have to be clear-eyed about the fact that we have some of the most significant racial disparities in our educational system, in our criminal justice system, in our child welfare system in the country, right here in Nebraska. And that's not to denigrate Nebraska. I love Nebraska. I know you do as well, but we can't turn away from it just because it's one painful fact. We have to figure out how to address that and make sure this good life that we enjoy is available to everybody, no matter their zip code. So whether it's the district size or getting more resources to the front line or whatever it might be to go after those, I mean, I do think that this did help to frame a really important conversation. And I agree, a lot of this information that's in here, it's kind of a first time I've seen it as a member of the education committee, at least that clearly. So I appreciate you bringing it forward. I'm grateful to OPS for sharing the info. And I'm really grateful to the teachers on the front line who shared their passions and concerns about what a breakup might look like if in fact that was a solution, you know, and trying to get out ahead of it. So I think it was a really successful hearing. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Senator McKinney? Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Chairman Merman. I just want to pile on here. I think your questions are really important, and I'm glad you brought the LR. And I think one of the subjects that we covered that maybe you want to peel back a little more, I didn't evidently communicate well with one of the testifiers. I understand that testing is problematic. I really do. And I don't understand why we test we don't, what we should look for in tests is a way to use them as a tool to help us, not as a grading system. So one of the things I think, I'm leaving, so, but you all should look at, is we should, if we're gonna use tests to help us, then we should look at what we're growth. Where's their growth? Where's there not growth? Is there, I will give the Lexington Public Schools an example. You look at their scores, they're not great. They've got almost 100% immigrant kids. You walk in and like, I remember they visited this last year and they were over by my office and there was one white kid and I was like, that is so weird and so cool. But they told me that's how they used their tests. They looked at this one building was doing much better than another building. None of them were going to be superstars, right? But this building, so they changed up to look at that. If you guys can encourage the schools, State Board of Education, to relook at how we use tests, I think that would be an excellent idea.
I agree. I think we definitely need to look into how we utilize tests and how we utilize them, how we also use them as a barometer of achievement, allocation of resources, all type of things. So I agree.
Well, and I mean, we all know that just because you might not perform well on a standardized test doesn't mean you're not smart, right? For a lot of different reasons.
I suck at
right?
tests.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
No
Sorry, I
problem.
didn't mean to, sorry. I jumped out of turn. Go ahead, sorry.
Any other questions for Senator McKinney? And by the way, we do have a hearing about testing coming up. It's
Next week?
specific,
You
yeah,
have one?
yeah, specific to certain tests, but at least I think it can be open to all testing. But any other questions then? If not, and there's no online comments on this positions, so that will close the hearing for LR 439, and we'll open hearing for LR 440. And Senator McKinney, welcome back.
Thank you. Still, good afternoon, I guess. Good afternoon, Chair Merman and members of the Education Committee. I am Senator Terrell McKinney, TERRELLMCKINNEY. I represent District 11 in the state legislature, which is in North Omaha. We're here today to discuss LR 440, an interim study to examine how to close the achievement gap in a Class 5 school district. Class 5 school district has seen persistent disparities in educational outcomes, with minority students underperforming compared to their peers. The graduation rate of Black and Latino students lag behind the state average, and standardized test scores reflect similar gaps. These gaps not only impact students' long-term success, but also perpetuate cycles of inequality. Without intervention, we risk leaving yet another generation behind. The purpose of this resolution is to examine strategies for closing the educational achievement gap in the Class 5 school district. Why? I have many answers, but after nearly 2 years of hearing people say that I'm crazy, I'm being told what to think, which is wild because nobody tells me what to think. People even accuse me of selling out, which is wild, or that I just don't understand, which is, I also think is wild. But I'm here to set the record straight. As someone who graduated from an OPS school, I hold multiple college degrees. I'm also a parent. I'm an uncle. I coach, a mentor, and I'm also a state senator. I believe I do understand. And that's exactly why I'm putting the responsibility back on the educational establishment in the district I represent. The data honestly doesn't tell me that I'm crazy for concluding that kids who look like me have historically been failed. It doesn't indicate that things will improve anytime soon either. Graduation rates that include students averaging Ds do not represent success or progress to me. The study is a step towards a solution, and I invite all of us to face these hard truths for the sake of real change. So I would like to see the examination of the things within this LR. I won't go through all of them, but I think we all know what they are. And my hope is that this study will lead to actionable recommendations in the future to adopt policies that make sure every student, regardless of their background, has the opportunity to be successful. And that has been always my mission with anything I've done, especially pertaining to education and education of kids in my district. And I've just been unapologetic about just being honest about the realities. And people have said things which, on one hand, you sign up for the job and you make hard decisions, so you take everything that comes with it. And I understand that part. But in some things I'd be like, one, I expect more from some people, and two, you could just call my phone. Like some days I feel like I'm the most accessible senator of any senator, like, because I get calls all times of the day. But it seems like a lot of the people who oppose things I do or say pertaining to education, they rarely call my phone. Or then when I do see them, it's some random occasion and I'm being approached about something I might have said that somebody said I said, or something I did, and it's usually out of context. And then at the end of the conversation, there's some level of understanding, like, oh, I didn't realize that. And that's what I'm hitting at. It's a lot of misinformation and a lot of lack of context or lack of understanding because people are unwilling to get out of their silos to communicate with people to find solutions. Because you view this individual or these individuals as somebody that's your opposition when we're all trying to work for the betterment of the kids. And that is my mission, is to, as much as possible, whatever power I do have, to try to get as many kids as possible better educated in my community. And I think we need to solve these issues as best as possible. And I hope that there are some more answers, and I hope the people that do come up offer some answers of how we could get there, because that should be our goals. Every year we go back to into session is putting things on the table to solve issues. But what I found since I've been in the legislature, a lot of these people who oppose things or feel like I'm wrong, I rarely see them come to my office and say, Senator McKinney, we might have disagreed with you in the past, but here's a possible solution that you should look into. Let's meet and talk about it. And you should probably introduce this. Never do it. Not one time. But they got all the solutions. I'm just really confused about all the people with the solutions never coming to the table with a solution. So it leads me to believe that the system doesn't want to fix itself. And then people wonder why I operate the way I do. Because I fundamentally, until something drastic changes, I don't believe the system will ever work for kids in North Omaha, because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the real effort for it to work, because being here and even prior to being here, I just never seen it work for my community. And that's why I have the stances I have. But I'll open myself up to any questions.
Thank you very much, Senator McKinney. Are there any questions from the committee? Are you going to stay to close?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any proponents? Any proponents? Are there any opponents? Is there anyone wanting to testify in a neutral position? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
You can go
Go
ahead.
ahead and start. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chairperson Merman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. Shavonna Holman, SHAVONNAHOLMAN, and I'm a member of the Board of Education of the Omaha Public Schools. I'm a proud graduate of OPS, a parent of an OPS student, and a former teacher and assistant principal for the district. I'm currently an associate professor at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln in the Educational Administration Department. I also coordinate the P-12 School Leadership Program, where I teach those who aspire to be school leaders, many of those who will come to the district Omaha Public Schools, as well as superintendents. As you know, I'm from Omaha Public Schools, which is the largest district in Nebraska, serving a diverse population of more than 52,000 students who speak 119 different languages. We felt it critically important that the questions raised in LR 440 be addressed directly by the district. With that in mind, we have prepared the packet of information, which I have shared with the clerk. The focus of LR 440 is on how to close the achievement gap that exists in our district. We care so much about every student we serve, whether it was with my time in the classroom as an administrator or now as a board member. We welcome the opportunity to engage, to find meaningful solutions, which will help all of our students succeed, not only in their time with us, but as contributing members of whatever community they choose to spend their lives in. There are gaps in student achievement across our district. They exist regardless of what demographic category you wish to evaluate. We present that data publicly, reflecting our belief in accountability and transparency. As a teacher and now a teacher of teachers, I know many factors affect student achievement. In keeping with the published research, they should be viewed collectively as part of a comprehensive approach. The influence of race, diversity, poverty, which includes frequent changes in residence, nutrition challenges, and high classroom concentration of other students whose families are experiencing the challenge of poverty, gender, and family educational attainment, just to name a few, are well documented. As we work each day to improve using the best research and evidence to do better for every student, we embrace any effort to address the achievement gap for all school districts and students in our state. It is an issue that manifests itself across our country in small, medium, and large school districts. I would like to speak to you today from the perspective of a board member. The Board of Education is the final authority and has ultimate responsibility to promote and ensure educational equity across our district. The board exercises this authority through the adoption of policy, resource allocation during budget approval, and regular oversight of the administration. The oversight function occurs at virtually every meeting where the administration is tasked with publicly providing information to the board and community about the status of the district's programs, initiatives, and progress. The board meets twice per month for its regular meetings and routinely holds workshops to address particularly complex topics such as student achievement, student discipline, early childhood education, and many others. Monday's workshop focused on literacy. All of these meetings are open to the public and are broadcast live on television. The board also sets forth goals and objectives for the district and charges its appointee, the superintendent, with the implementation of those goals and objectives. We are OPS parents, graduates, and retirees. We are also community members. We know our students and families, and we are invested in their success. The packet we have submitted includes many examples of programs and initiatives that are designed to promote equity across our district. None of them occur in a vacuum, and all of them are examples of the ongoing collaboration between not only our board and administration, but also, more importantly, the collaboration between our students, families, teachers, paraprofessionals, custodians, librarians, nurses, bus drivers, administrators, community partners, and all other stakeholders, all of whom have the same exact goal, providing the highest quality education to every single one of our students. It is my sincere hope that the information we have provided will be helpful in demonstrating that there is no district in the state that is more committed to every single student's success than we are. There is also no district that works harder to close the achievement gap we know that exists. It is who we are to our core. We are driven to live something our board says proudly every meeting, every student, every day prepared for success. I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Linehan.
Thank you very much for being here. So can you give us a couple of examples of what you're doing to close the achievement gap?
I mean, so we have lots of things that are going on, many which have been spoken about already, but some particular things that we're doing right now is our learning framework, which is embedded across our district comprehensively. All of our teachers, all of our administrators, even our students know the verbiage, know the process of the instructional framework. The district has been working very hard on this framework. We're getting that developed and implemented within the last year. Our structured literacy, which was spoken about already earlier by several people that has spoken from the district. The adoption of high quality instructional materials. We've been approving, reviewing and approving high quality instructional materials, I think since like about 2018, making sure that we have all of these materials in our buildings that are representative of all of our students that attend the Omaha Public Schools. And we, with the textbook adoption, we also have committees that are composed of parents, community members, as well as teachers and administrators that help sit on those committees to help select those materials.
So are you, when each of those programs, then do you track the growth, what that represents? If let's go to one I'm probably most attached to, reading and the science of reading and better helping teachers teach reading. Are you going to track where the improvements, is that part of your plan?
Well, yes, we track everything. So
Right.
yes, that is very critical. We will be looking at improvements where we may have some dips, where some areas that we might need to do better in, but implementation of the structured literacy program, we're just beginning it. And so Ms. Space talked about it earlier, her being a part of that program with UNO as well, and getting our teacher a comprehensive learning experience of the science of reading and knowing what that looks like, how it should be implemented within the classroom, and how to instruct our students in that area.
So she said that it was her option to take it or not take it. That's not true in K through 3, right? Aren't all the
No.
teachers?
Yes, all of our teachers will be learning about the science of reading. That's just the reading program itself, but there's some additional emphasis on it for some of our teachers.
Okay, but are all K through 3rd grade teachers going to be required to participate?
I believe so, but I will double check with the superintendent and have him get back with you on that.
Okay, and then the other thing that come up earlier is the situation where you have not enough senior, more experienced teachers in some of in South Omaha or some of the other schools. I can't remember, South was one of them. Has the board addressed that? Are you at liberty to like pay a teacher who might be willing to work in a tough, what you would consider a tougher school district, South, versus Burke? I mean, they're all tough. I'm not saying no school's tough, but where you have, let me put it this way. Are you able to pay teachers more if they will stay in a school district that needs them versus maybe going someplace else?
I think that could be a discussion. We have not discussed that. We did just recently provide improvements in the teacher contract, which allowing them to come, getting teachers back. And so that was huge for us, especially with the financial constraints that we have with our budget already. So being able to approve the salary increases for our teachers across the board, and particularly with our special education teachers and paraprofessionals, like that was extremely huge.
And it worked.
It did work.
So I don't know if you're aware, we've passed some programs in the legislature with state funding to, I call them grants or bonuses to teachers that stay in teaching 1 through 5 years because too many leave then. Do you think we should look as a legislature, and I don't know if Senator McKinney, I'm not going to be here, but just an idea. Should we look at a program, a state program that helps keep teachers in a school district, in a school building that needs more experienced teachers?
I mean, personally, I think that would be phenomenal. Having that extra support, especially from the state, would certainly help keep teachers in buildings. I think that that's not uncommon in some other larger school districts across the nation. That is one of the routes that they choose to go. And from some of my colleagues, I do know that that has worked in some of their respective school districts.
So I'm going to make my home district mad at me right now, Elkhorn. They recruit teachers, I think, pretty regularly out of other school systems, and you can't opt into Elkhorn because they're full, except if you work there, your kids can go there. And also, I think there's something, if there's a teacher, like science teachers or math teachers, where there's a shortage, you as a school district could pay those teachers more than maybe what is in the contracts. So maybe Omaha needs a little extra help with some of those specific issues.
I wouldn't be against that, Senator Linehan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
I have a question. You mentioned high quality instructional materials,
Yes,
I think, in 2018. So you indicated there must have been some kind of a change there
So
at that
yes,
time.
that was like the beginning of our process of looking at new curriculum for across all content areas. And so we have been, since 2018, purchasing new curriculum for all of our content areas.
So all subjects, in other words? Is that-
Yes.
It new material completely in 2018.
Well, beginning in 2018 was a new cycle. Like curriculum revisions usually are in cycles. And so that was our beginning cycle. And so we just approved, a couple months ago, curriculum, and now we're looking at PE and music. So.
Okay. If I remember correctly from the school board, I thought we looked at curriculum every 3 years different.
Yes.
You know,
And it,
each
it kind of
subject
depends too.
every
Yes,
third year.
yes,
So is
yes.
that kind of,
Yes, budgets don't always accommodate for curriculum division, but it just kind of depends where you are. And within the Omaha Public Schools, we do our best to always have high quality instructional materials for each and every single one of our students within our school district.
sure. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do have the curriculum
It
if
sounded
you
like
would
there'd
like to
been
know.
a change in 2018, so that's what.
Would you like to know the curriculum? Okay, so, and this is.
Quickly.
Okay, I'll go
please.
quickly. So like 2021 and 2022, we did K-12 math, elementary reading intervention for special education and secondary world languages. 2022 to 2023, we did K-12 virtual school, K-12 social studies, high school science. 2023 to 2024, K-5 science, K-12 art, K-12 computer science, 612 English language arts, 612 secondary reading, 612 English learners. 2024 to 2025, like I said, we're looking at K-12 music, vocal and instrumental, K-12 ACP, and K-12 physical education. And then in 2025, 2026, we'll be looking at 612 career education and early childhood.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions? Senator Conrad.
Thank you, Chair Merman. Thank you for being here, Doctor. Appreciate it. Board member, doctor, I don't know what honorarium you
Shabana, you can just call me.
Shabana, okay,
Yes.
but you have a lot of important identities and titles, but help me understand and all this information is super helpful because you have such deep passion and deep expertise looking at these issues from so many different angles. What can we do in the legislature to help close the achievement gap at OPS? What are the resources that teachers and kids need from their state to have better access and better opportunities?
I mean, the one thing that's spoken.
I know it's not an easy question,
I know,
but
right.
forget about practical political realities, fiscal, whatever. I mean, does it come down to money? Does it come down to support? Does it come down to collaborative mindset? I mean, what are the people? Yeah.
We want to work in partnership with you all as well. Senator McKinney, we want to be in partnership with you all. We do not want our students to fail. We do not like seeing the media exposure about our graduation rates. That's nothing at all to be proud of. And I love the Omaha Public Schools. And so when I see this information, it kills my heart. And I fully believe, despite the achievement gaps that we have, if I did not believe in this school district, believe you me, I would not have my daughter in this school district.
Yeah, right.
I would have taken her out a long time ago. I would have told my brothers with all of their children to take your kids out of the school district because it's no good for them. And so for me, and I would happily speak on behalf of the board and my
Sure.
colleagues that are here. We want to be in partnership with you all. We want to work on legislation with you all. We want to figure out what we can do collaboratively to help better the Omaha Public Schools.
Mhm.
And do we have all the answers? Absolutely not, because if we did, we wouldn't be here, right?
Right,
There would not be this gap.
right.
And so, just like your passion for this and wanting to figure this out, and you all's passion, it's the same passion that we have.
Right. Does it ultimately go down to dollars and cents though? Is that where it's at? I mean, we had hearings on teacher shortage
Right.
and trying to figure out how to do right with compensation and benefits. And I know it hits retirement. We've got, innovative programs that Linehan has brought forward for recruitment and retention and career pathways and all of the things. And then we have the regular education budget and new money we're putting into reading, new special ed funding. I feel like we do have sharp disagreements in education
Right.
policy, don't get me wrong, but we do have a lot of consensus too, to figure out how to move there. And I keep saying like, oh, why isn't it hitting the classroom? Like, what's going on? What's going on here? Where is it stuck? And, the feedback I hear from like families and teachers and parents, particularly in OPS, is like, they can't spend money they don't have. And I'm like, okay, but it feels like we're trying to give them more money, but maybe it's getting eaten up by inflation. Maybe it's health insurance. It's stuck somewhere or it's getting eaten up. So if we were to try and get more resources, how do we get those to those kids and the teachers on the front lines? You know what I'm saying?
I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying, and I think a lot of it does begin just with our sheer numbers of increases in teachers.
Yeah.
Money matters, right?
Yeah.
People have to live.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, teaching is just not as a sexy career as it once was when I was a classroom teacher. Not saying that people don't have the passion for it, because maybe they do, but some people can't live.
That's right.
And especially if they have families. And for us to be able to provide that extra financial support for our
Right.
teachers or even for our paraprofessionals and
Yeah.
particularly in special education, like that matters. It matters a whole lot. So if we were able to get some assistance with some financial money for our teachers, we're at the bottom of the list when it comes to teacher pay in our state.
Right.
And we cannot continue down this road because, and unfortunately for us, we're able to give that money, but guess what? We're also taking away teachers from other school districts, other classrooms, right? That
Right.
they're going to need the same thing. They need the same things that we do.
Yeah.
So just figuring out a way that we're able to pay our teachers more would be a great step.
Yeah.
Having some sort of state support in that manner, I think, would be a
That's
great
the
first
heart of
step.
it.
Because even just getting people into teacher colleges. Before it was a point, I don't care. I know the teachers want to make a lot of money, but I love kids. I want to teach. I want to educate. And some people still may feel that way, but I'm not going that direction. I can't afford to do it.
Right. Right.
And so, and that's why I'm also thankful that we are able to provide the opportunities within our district with our pathways and academies to connect with those students who may not want to go to college and to take other pathways, different routes for their careers, or especially to capture those students who want to become teachers through our teacher pathways.
Yeah.
And who funnel into our Teacher Scholars Academy at UNO. And then they come back to our district to teach. And so those sorts of programs matter, but they also cost money too, right?
Yeah,
But
right.
for us to have such a program that begins in our high schools, that continues on to college, to get them back into our school system.
Right.
To further educate and to also encourage others to come
Yes.
into the program.
Yes. No,
The
I
building
think
of that pipeline it's huge for our district.
I think that's really helpful. And I really commend everybody at OPS for doing some smart and innovative things to try and boost teacher pay, to give bonus for special education, to try and fill some of those really serious gaps that were out there. And it seems some of those solutions are working. So that's great. And I think your point is well taken. Nebraska is consistently at the bottom of the list when it comes to teacher pay. But then when you look at our student test scores, we're actually performing pretty well. And we have that big difference there. There's always room for improvement. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, I think it is important to put a finer point on that. I have my own ideas about gender disparities in regards to the teaching profession. That's a bigger topic perhaps, but you know, I understand too, in talking with the OPS representatives, you know, OPS pays heads and shoulders above where a lot of other districts are for new teachers, but it's still having that recruitment and retention issue. And so sometimes it's more than dollars and cents, but that definitely helps
Yes, it definitely
too.
helps, right?
And
It's certainly
even-
not the answer, but
Right.
the full answer, but definitely helps.
And even if you're paying a starting teacher, what, 50K plus benefits-ish, which is great, that's still challenging to take care of student loans and a mortgage and daycare and all of the things. So thank you very much. That's really helpful. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions? Senator Linehan.
You won't have this, but if you could get it for the committee. So in 23, we increased special ed funding 100%. So we now pick up 80%. And I'm not sure exactly how much new funding went to OPS, but that would be a pretty big chunk of money. So could you come back to us, how much of that money that we increased, so I think it was total $328 million statewide, how much of that actually got to the classroom, to follow up on Senator Conrad's question? Because I think part of the frustration here is how many people are taking a slice off the pie before it gets to the classroom? Because if you say average $15,000 per student, and Omaha spends more than that, and I'm not arguing that, but that's $300,000. That's the teacher, why is he or she only making $50,000?
Yeah.
If there's cost, if we're spending that much per student, that has puzzled me since I've gotten here. Because the most important thing I read about education is the teacher in the classroom. There's nothing more important than that. So where's the rest of the money going?
I can get those numbers for you.
Thank you very much.
I'll make sure somebody gets those numbers.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions? Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Senator Merman. And maybe this isn't the time to ask this question, but while we're trying to figure out how to help Senator McKinney to come up with some ideas and plan for next session, I'm going to just come from a different perspective. I used to be a big rock climber and I went to Kilimanjaro, but I always take time to go into the villages and understand what's going on in the villages. And I saw these children, once they were able to walk and carry a spear, walk to a school. It could have been, some of the kids I met, they were hundreds of miles from the school. They didn't have a water bottle. They didn't have a backpack with them, a spear. Some maybe had a bicycle. And they were anxious to go to a school. And when I got back from Africa, I was invited to a leadership forum in the North Omaha area, trying to figure out how do we get the graduation numbers up. And I thought, we had kids that I had heard at that forum that wouldn't cross the street to go to school. And I just saw kids in Africa walk hundreds of miles and not even be of age to be able to do that. So what is lacking perhaps? I mean, we talked about resources and funding, but what else might be happening that we can help close that gap and want the children to go to school and graduate from school and make it in whatever that means, right? So maybe not an answer, but maybe something to think about of trying to close that gap and what that means in our neck of the woods.
Right. And I won't give you an answer to that, but I will tell you that my daughter does not attend my neighborhood school. She travels on the bus every morning at 6:24. I live by Northwest High School. She gets on the bus at 6:24 a.m. every morning to travel to 16th Street to King's Science Center. because she knows that she wants to go to the medical field. And they have a health academy there. And she loves that school so much because of the opportunities that she's able to get in the area that she wants to be. I think that was a question maybe you had earlier about what are we doing for our middle schools? Our middle schools have opportunities as well for our kids. And so she knows, she's been knowing since she was 4 years old that she wanted to go into the medical field. And she attended Fullerton. Again, not her home school for elementary, but she did not want to go to Buffett with her friends because in her exact words to me as a fourth grader was like, I don't want to go there with her friends. That's not where my passion is. She knew she didn't want to go to Buffett. She did a virtual, it was during the pandemic, she did a virtual open house. And she knew that she wanted to go to King Science Center. And so she's been at King Science Center since 5th grade and loves it for the opportunities that she's able to have there. And she'll funnel into North High School to continue following her passion in the medical field.
And if we peel that back, where did that passion come from? You know, if we can figure that out for every child to have that passion.
Right. But I think it's great that we do have these opportunities that our kids are able to connect with, so that they can find something that they are passionate about if they don't know, and follow their dreams through the opportunities that we're able to provide them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Of course.
We'll think about that one.
I think I can answer that question in the form of a question. Does it not come from her mother? Your daughter's passion?
And where did that come from?
I would tell you, my daughter she's her own person. But I grew up 4522 North 36th Avenue, right down the street from North High School. I attended Central Park Elementary School. I grew up in the same community as Senator McKinney. So I know everything that he's talking about. And luckily for me, at the time when my daughter was attending school, I knew that our district didn't have the same opportunities and access across the district. This is well before I got on the board. I knew this as an educator. I knew this, and because of my experience, I knew that I did not want her to attend my neighborhood school. And so I put her in a school that I felt that she would get a better education in. Not fair at all. Not fair to the parents who doesn't have that insight, right? But we also, at least when I did get on the board, and I'm hoping that this was conversations prior to my time on the board, that's not fair. Because every single one of our students in the Omaha Public Schools should have the same access and opportunities. They should have the same experiences. There should be no difference. They should have a school that they love to attend, that they love to go to, that they would walk 100. I don't know if they're going to walk in Nebraska weather, but you know, that they would have that passion that they want to go to school. My daughter, she doesn't care about getting up at 5:30 in the morning to catch a bus to go to school every day, which is way far away from our house. And I want all of our kids to have that same love and joy and experience at whatever school that they attend within our school district.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate the
Great.
testimony.
Thank you all so much for the opportunity.
Any other neutral testifiers?
I'm Kathy Poling, KATHY-POEHLANG. And again, I am a teacher and currently serve as president of OEA. First of all, I just want to say how encouraged I am. I didn't give you a copy of my speech because I completely changed it after listening to the earlier testimony. But I am encouraged by the discussions that we've had today. I think that I have been able to see the progress that OPS has made through the collaboration of OEA working with the administration and the board of OPS. I'm excited to see the discussions that we can have with the education committee to make improvements in our district. I encourage Senator McKinney to reach out to me. I know you know my number, but reach out to me. I would love to have those discussions with you and even maybe visit some schools so that you can see firsthand some of the things our teachers see. I think as we think about the question that Danielle Conrad asked is what do teachers need? What do we need in the classroom? Well, first of all, what we don't need is stuff. We don't need more stuff. Stuff doesn't teach our kids. What we need is people. And to get people, it takes money. You're right. We have a shortage of teachers. We have a shortage of paraprofessionals. And I want you to think about our paraprofessionals. I don't negotiate for them, but I was a para before I became a teacher. And when I was a para, I became a para because I wanted to work the same hours that my kids were in school. And I just wanted to make a difference in their school. And I think about our paras today, and in some of the other districts or in West Omaha, you have parents who they can afford to work a job as a para. Maybe their spouse supplements their income, they're the major breadwinner in the family, like in my situation when I was younger. And that's amazing that they can go to work and be a para in their child's school. However, if you look at North and South Omaha, it's much different. I worked with paras. I worked in South Omaha. I worked in one of the poorest areas in Omaha. I worked with immigrant families who oftentimes worked 2 or 3 jobs. So my 5th grade students would go home at night and take care of their brothers and sisters because no parents were home. To work as a para is not a living wage for them. And it's not year round. They have to put food on their table and shelter over their kids' heads all year round. So in order for a parent in North or South Omaha, to become a para, you have to have a spouse that has a large income for you to be able to afford to become a para. Also, we deal with homelessness. We deal with food insecurities. We work with kids who've been through trauma. And that trauma happens across the city, across the state. But I've worked in poor neighborhoods. Trauma comes from immigration. Trauma comes from not having food or shelter. It comes from not having the basic needs met to survive. And so when those kids come to school, they're not ready to learn right when they walk in the door. I would have to make sure that they were okay. Did they have food? Make sure they have breakfast. Are they grounded and ready to learn for that day? Many times they weren't. So I would do a family meeting and try and help them work through what they were going through at home before I could teach them. A child has to feel safe before they can learn anything. So I want you to remember that schools aren't a fix-all for society, but instead the community bleeds into those schools. And teachers now, we used to do a lot. We used to be teachers, and at times we would parent kids. But during the pandemic, do you know, I was giving parenting advice to a 5th grader because their brothers or sisters were at home bawling in the background and they didn't know how to calm them down, or they don't know how to heat up a bottle. And I had to teach them that through the pandemic. My 5th graders would still do that even after the pandemic. I would have to teach them how to be a parent. There's so many bigger problems that come into the schools. I think I think these are all discussions we need to have. And again, I'm encouraged and excited about the discussions we've had today. I hope to be able to work with you in the future on some of these issues. Our schools are amazing in Nebraska. And actually, if you compare us to other states, we're doing pretty good. Again, always room for improvement. And we want to see an OPS, we want to see every student reading by 2030. I know I'm in a red light, so I'll stop.
Yeah,
But
wrap it up quickly. please.
Questions?
Yep. Thank you very much. Any questions
Just
for? any
one
more
quick,
questions for
quick.
Kathy?
What do you pay Paris? Paris.
What do we pay here? Right around, yeah,
Any benefits?
if they're full-time.
So the benefits carry through the summer? But they don't get paid during the summer?
So they get paid for the days that they work during the school year when they work at.
Okay, so the question is, the point she made, they don't have any income during the summer. But they hold on to their benefits. Okay, well, that seems like something that somebody could figure out how to fix.
Right.
Any other questions? And if you have more information, you're welcome to come up and testify too. But, any questions for Kathy while she's slipping? Okay, thank you, Kathy. Any other neutral testifiers? If not, Senator McKinney, you're welcome to close.
How can you keep somebody on benefits if you're not paying them?
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who came to testify today. I appreciate the conversation. I would say just in my closing, again, my overall goal for both LR 440 and LR 439 is just look at the system and try to just figure out where are the gaps that need to be addressed so we can ensure that all kids are getting a good education and that they are graduating high school and, we're not failing them. And that's the biggest thing for me. I don't think schools are supposed to solve all society's problems, but I do think that schools play a role in society. It frustrates me sometimes when people say like schools aren't supposed to do everything. That is true. That is completely true. But also on the other hand, all my life I heard it takes a village to raise a child, right? So if it takes a village to raise a child, then I think everybody involved has a responsibility to do what they're supposed to do to raise that child. And if that child ends up in front of you, you should be doing as much as possible to make sure that experience, however long, however short, is a good experience and those outcomes are good. And that's just my overall goal. I'm cool with going to visit schools. I have visited multiple schools since I've been in the legislature, middle schools, elementaries, and high schools. So I have not been opposed to that because I've visited schools and talked to kids. I coach kids too. I coach in a high school. So, I'm not opposed to going to schools. I'm not running away from it. It's not like I'm blind. It's not like I'm sitting in the legislature coming up with ideas and not actually talking to teachers. I've have friends that are teachers. I'm close family friends have been teachers for 30 plus years that I talk to and ask questions. It's like, so I'm not in some like bubble of a lack of understanding. And I feel like there's sometimes an insinuation that senators, because you might disagree with us, that we don't understand. And we're out of touch. But I will tell you, like I tell everybody, especially people that come to the judiciary, I know people and I talk to people and I ask questions of people in systems, like the day-to-day people, like the people who are on the ground. I talk to the security, I talk to the paras, I talk to the teachers, I talk to anybody that needs to be talked to. I just ask questions. So I'm cool with, if you want to invite me to a school, invite me. I'll come if I got time. As far as meeting on legislation, I've said it again. I've yet to see you guys invite me to a meeting with a solution. You keep telling us that we don't know everything and we're hitting and we're paying attention to the wrong things. Invite me to a meeting with solutions. Don't say call me. Invite me to a meeting with the solutions, because the context of your testimonies is always, we don't know, we don't understand, we don't get it. And if that is so, and I'm out of touch and I don't get it and I don't understand, please invite me to a meeting with solutions. I will come. It shouldn't have to be me calling you for a meeting to talk. If I don't know it and y'all got all the solutions, or y'all got some solutions, invite me to the meeting. That's what I ask. I appreciate the school district for coming. I appreciate board member Holman for coming and giving testimony. They answered the questions. That's all I wanted, just to look at the questions, just to, go through them and try to figure out, okay, just based on these question responses, how should we respond, if any, as far as like any type of legislation. We might not even introduce a bill to deal with any of these topics based on the responses we got from the school district. I don't know, but I appreciate them for giving us responses. That is helpful for everybody, the education committee, myself, and other members of this body. But what's frustrating is people come opposed to things, but they never offer up solutions. That's not helpful for nobody. And then they tell us we're wrong all the time. I don't get it. It's not helpful. We're all, at the end of the day, saying we want to make sure all students are educated properly and taken care of and not left behind. If that's so, let's work as a team. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I have no problem being wrong. But if I'm the only one throwing eggs at the wall, I need y'all to throw eggs at the wall too. Let's figure this out together. And with that, I answer any questions.
Well, thank you. I must say, I appreciate your passion for OPS and education in Omaha. And Mr. Moles asked us, NERCSA asked us to, gave us the opportunity to tour some schools in Nebraska here during the interim. And I told him, well, that'd be great, but I not only want to tour rural schools, but also some urban schools, and especially OPS, I told him. And we were trying to line up a tour at this time. I'm not sure if we're going to get it done, but of course, this committee we're losing a lot of good members in the next few weeks. But if we don't get it done this interim, I hope we can get it done next interim, because I know there's some on the committee like myself that don't have. I've been in a lot of rural schools, a lot of schools in greater Nebraska through, my kids being athletics and extracurricular activities and those type of things. But I don't have a lot of experience, especially with Omaha. So hope we can do that in the future. And
all right.
Would you agree that's true? I'm supposed to ask a question like this. So.
Yeah, for sure. If you do go on a tour in Omaha, I would love to join you.
And I specifically asked him, let's do it during the schools, when school's in session, so we can see the kids too, the students. Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank
no
you.
problem.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
Well, thanks for bringing your bills today.
Thank you
very much. Your LRs, I guess, not bills. And with that, we'll close the hearing on the LR 4.
You're gonna miss us, aren't you?
I am. Little sad. Oh. Just a little sad.